Please don't forget to put your mobile phones, headsets, watches in the boxes. Also, please note that draws by mutual agreement are forbidden before move 30. Je vous rappelle que les nuls par accord mutuel ne sont pas possibles avant le 30e coup. Voilà, merci de vous installer. Début de la ronde dans quelques minutes.
Bonjour à tous, deux, trois petites choses à vous dire avant de démarrer. Donc l'arbitre a rappelé la règle des 30 coups pour les nuls. Aujourd'hui, c'est la journée internationale des échecs. Today is the day of the International Day of Chess, so you do it very right because you play today. Vous faites très bien, vous jouez aujourd'hui. Happy Chess Day all, I think you can all clap yourself. Alors aujourd'hui, nous avons, avec cette journée, la visite du responsable, de l'adjoint au sport de la ville d'Aix-en-Provence qui vous reçoit. Donc, les échecs est une, comme vous le savez tous, une discipline sportive depuis quelques années. Voilà, je vais lui passer la parole. Nous sommes sous sa bienveillance dans la ville. On fait pas mal de choses et beaucoup de choses grâce à lui, grâce aux salles qui nous sont données toute l'année en tant que club formateur. Donc je laisse la parole à Monsieur Tolan, qui va dire deux mots et qui lancera la ronde. I will just give the microphone to the responsible of sport of the Aix-en-Provence city, who will give a small speech and will then launch the round. Monsieur Tolan.
Bonjour à tous. Tout d'abord, un grand merci d'être venus aussi nombreux pour cet Open d'échecs. Sachez que le sport s'est développé sur la ville d'Aix, puisque l'année dernière on était ville européenne du sport et cette année on est la deuxième ville la plus sportive de France. Et c'est grâce à des événements comme celui-là qu'on arrive à être à ce niveau. Donc moi je vous remercie et d'abord on est très très heureux de vous recevoir et sachez que cette ronde doit se passer le mieux possible. Donc je veux pas parler longtemps, mais pour pas vous mettre le stress parce que vous en avez assez entendu. À vous de jouer. Donc bon, qu'est-ce que j'ai dit, bon match, bon match, c'est ce qu'on dit. Merci encore à tous. Ah oui. J'ai oublié que les noirs appuient et puis les blancs jouent. Merci à tous.
Hey. Hello and welcome to round number 2 of Trophy Dole. Here in a beautiful, beautiful city of Aix-en-Provence in France. My name is Laura Unuk and I'm joined by Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Hello, hello. How are you today in green, I see?
Hi. Yeah, well, you need to switch some colors. Welcome, everyone. I think even before we get to the game, so the second round, we probably need to mention one small thing, which happens once in a year. And it's our professional, we would say, professional holiday is doesn't look like holiday at all, but it's an international chess day today. Congratulations, everyone, every chess fan, everyone who is involved in chess organization, chess players, obviously, organizers, officials, arbiters, and everybody involved. Yeah, I guess this is a very nice day to watch some chess as well, which we are looking forward to do together with you.
Absolutely, and there are many actually tournaments happening today in general, so you can actually choose, but we do recommend staying with us because we have very, very exciting pairings of today already. Again, before maybe we start round number 2, I would still like to mention that the time control is actually 100 minutes plus for 40 moves, plus 30 minutes after, so till the end of the game, and for every move you get 30 seconds. So the games will be quite long. Yesterday, fun fact, the longest game lasted for 6 hours and 20 minutes, and it was between Materia Marco and Gunay Aiden, I think, so 2 youngsters actually.
Yes, young players, they have enough energy to fight on, and it was a fighting draw as I saw at the end. And we also had some, not the shortest game of the day. It was by Kasper Perun, managed to survive a very difficult position and squeezing out half a point at least. So let's see if all the players will keep the fighting spirit today. And of course, they are very interesting pairing, as you mentioned, especially when I went through the top pairings, it actually seemed a bit to me that we are at some World Junior tournament. Actually, some of the pairings are extremely young, and of course, I think that top-seeded guys, most of them, they would excuse me for not mentioning them as promising youngsters anymore. They're already, most of them, they are established players. But there are many guys from upcoming generation of. So maybe board 10 is one of the youngest. But I think that there was one more board. I think somewhere around board. Well, for instance, board 8 is extremely young.
Both of them.
Yes, both of them. They are very young. But Suleimanli is already, of course, an established player, and Tanriverti is a promising youngster. So we will see all these matchups. They do look like very interesting. I would mention maybe one more small thing.
Yes,
Board
please.
6, you most likely know about. Maxime is, at the moment, he is trying to win the Peruvian championships because he has a second Peruvian player.
Oh,
in a row. So
that's luck, or not luck,
well,
but also a youngster, right? The Peruvian youngster born in 2004, I see. So, okay, 21 years old. Yeah, it's always tough when you play young players that are very ambitious. They just want to destroy you, blow you off the board. And today, Maxime playing with black pieces, we will see what kind of approach he will want to take. I mean, he never settles for a draw unless he feels bad, so I think we will see a very fighting game here as well. But the fighting game that I want to see today is board number 5 between Santos Latasa Jaime and Kuro Attila, because I know both of them are extremely dynamic/aggressive players. They find these moves that don't come naturally to some of us, maybe. And I am very, very excited to see that game, actually.
That can be very interesting as well, because Attila I know a little bit because I played him last year actually in Croatian League. He did play on a very high board, which was an interesting decision, but a brave one. He actually amazed me, not in that game, but generally by his opening theory knowledge, because against such a specialist as Ivan Chaparinov of Bulgaria is, he blitzed out an extremely long line of theory, knowing it as good as Ivan knew. Of course, we will see if there will be a theoretical battle as well today, because Santos is, on the other hand, he likes to deviate from the theory. So let's see which approach is gonna prevail in here.
Yeah, and we can actually see him on the screen, Attila alone. That means Santos is actually already walking around. So maybe he won the theoretical battle so far, or like you said, he just went out of the theoretical battle first. And Attila now thinking, he looks dangerous to me, I wouldn't want to play him every single day,
Everyone looks dangerous nowadays in the playing hall, and especially with white pieces. But
correct.
Of course, I think there are. I would agree that there are so many interesting matchups. So we do hope for lots of fighting, just not only top 10 boards, but also further. So we will try to cover as bigger ground as possible for you, and to concentrate on the most interesting positions, which we do believe that we have plenty of them.
Yeah. We can also actually just start, with board number 1, because you said that, we all know Jorden Van Foreest. He is one of the top players in the world. He is playing with white pieces today, but he's actually playing a talented German youngster that is your teammate.
Yes, Bennett Hagner was, we would say, maybe one of the biggest surprises of last year's German Bundesliga. Very pleasant surprise for us, for my team, Baden-Baden, where he was actually kind of at the beginning. He was, we could say, a bit of an emergency call-up, because at some point many players were missing, and we had to deal with that somehow, and Bennett took his chance really seriously, and he actually won almost all the games last year. So he scored a GM norm, he made an amazing performance, and actually his games were also very, very of a very high quality. Of course, this is a different story. It's an event where you face, with black pieces today, one of the biggest favorites of the tournament, a good theoretician. But all these young players, they seem to be very well prepared theoretically, and Bennett is no exception. We will see, of course, how for today, if he managed to guess which opening line will be on the board. We can take a look immediately what happened. Very start, went for c4 and g3, move order, which probably suggested that he wants to avoid something. It will avoid Catalan. But this is of course a move order which asks black the question immediately if they are insisting on, if of course we can mention what is the difference between a regular move order d4, c4. If black goes for knight f6 and white continues this strategy knight f3, of course black now doesn't have this typical bishop b4 check, one of the main lines of Catalan.
Absolutely, yeah.
Also c5 is a little bit less effective now. So knight f3, of course it has black has extra options with d takes c4, for example, here, or even d4 line, which is also fairly popular. But maybe in his prep, Van Foreest decided that this would be the right move order against Bennett, and did react to taking on c4 immediately. And the difference actually here, just was about to say that black sometimes keeps the knight on g8, and only when he feels that it's time to develop the knight, then does it. But
in a way that you would start with which move, like c5,
he could go c5 anyway. If he was planning to go c5, then it could happen. Yeah, but maybe it wouldn't make any big difference here anyway. But in any case, white decided to avoid b5 altogether, So most likely he's going to continue with developing pieces by castling and then knight c3, d3. Maybe he can reroute his knight via a3 to c4 as well. We will see. In any case, White did decide to not to go for some forced theoretical battle, which Van Foreest quite often is very well prepared, but this was maybe the case that he didn't really want to go for an open fight immediately and decided to go for a steady positional approach.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a solid approach from Jorden. And now, of course, it's up to Bennett. As you can see already by time, he has been thinking for already 10 minutes, so it might have been surprised, which is, of course, very easy when you play such a good theoretician. Jorden, of course, doesn't only play c4, he also plays d4, e4, knight f3, and probably his preparation today was very tough, and now it's up to him to decide how to set up the pieces. So if I go bishop e7, let's say, which is probably...
Let's just try what is going to happen if
Yeah,
I go something normal.
Knight a3, castle, knight c4. Let's say that we follow the plan that you suggested, taking advantage of the black squares.
Yeah, and maybe a5 also has to be considered.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is one of the reasons why. Because bishop d6 also, here black would most likely consider going to d6. But then knight a3, knight c4 would be maybe even stronger. So, yeah, it's hard to say if black... Well, also... At the moment, going rook b8 and b6. Well, there is another option, of course. Is if you really want to go b6, then you could try to do this either with rook b8. But then again, there is a problem with bishop f4 occasionally, or you can try to do this with even more sophisticated way. It's rook a7. But then also you have to be sure what is going on after a5. Yeah. Because once black would get b6 here, then maybe that would be acceptable. But
I mean, a5 almost being a threat already in a current position. We maybe don't even need to bring the knight to a3, c4. We can just also play 5, put it on c3, maybe later on a4. But like you said, this looks like a very, very healthy plan. And I understand why Bennett is thinking right now. I would be also thinking how to avoid this a5 from blocking my queen side. Because once it does, these black squares are tough. However, now that you said maybe bishop d6 followed by bishop c7 later in the game could cover up these kind of squares, but probably wouldn't do much for bishop on c8. Yeah.
Also, we don't have to forget about normal plans for white. Also, castle and just then pushing d4, bringing the rook to d1 very quickly. So that's why it maybe when it is not really sure which direction to go for. Of course, when your opponent is blitzing on the move so quickly and you didn't really prepare this line, it may become a little bit of an issue, at least psychologically. So now it's actually a big decision because probably one of the key moments of the game, and he understands that if he chooses the wrong plan, he may also end up in a very unpleasant position straight from the opening. So
that's something I would do. It's something I usually do for myself. I actually choose the safest plan that it seems to me, which kind of brings me to a worse position, very much out of the opening against this top grandmaster. So actually in this opening you have to be slightly brave to dare to play maybe slightly more daring plan, for example rook b8, even though bishop e7 castle looks most natural. Maybe you have to pick some different idea to be fast.
Maybe you can try to combine the ideas. Your bishop d6
and
rook b8. Somehow maybe something like rook b8 first.
Maybe let's start.
And then if d3, maybe d3 is not active enough. Maybe you can go d4. No, d4. It's too much. Maybe knight c5. It's also there. I wanted to go bishop f4, but then actually maybe even this is working.
Even this. Oh. And after knight
there is queen a5.
You're
little check, but maybe this is a bit too much. Maybe white has to do something more normal. what about knight a3?
We can
Can we
start.
do knight a3?
Yeah.
Bishop d6.
Yeah.
But then maybe
No,
white is in
bishop
time
d7.
for this a5, right?
I mean, okay. Whenever I played b5 myself, you're saying that this pawn structure would be worse for me. I don't think it's so bad.
Yeah, well, maybe the question is not so much of structure, but if you don't have any direct plays, then maybe something like knight e5. Well, the c6
Yeah, I
square
can
and
see
the
that,
pawns
but-
are not not
Yeah.
very nice from the to get this from the opening. Well, in any case, it seems that we are out of some very common theoretical knowledge, at least for Bennett. It seems to be the position which he's not very familiar with.
But he
And-
played a move though. He played rook a7.
Rook a7.
Yeah.
See?
So the move that we actually said, okay, this could block the rook forever if we play a5.
Yeah. It's a bit artificial, of course. I did admit, I did say this even when suggesting it. But a5 looks very logical now for white. What's going to happen after a5?
Yeah, I also wonder what could be his plan. Bishop
Bishop
e7
D,
now?
Bishop d6, Bishop c7, yes.
Or bishop
But
e8
we'll
now.
try to steal your ideas.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting to put your rook on a7. I understand the idea is to go b6, but when, like you said, white plays a5. Okay, I think we should go. Yes, a5 on the board. Okay.
So we will see pretty soon, I think, what black had in mind, but I would suspect bishop d6, true. Because
Yeah.
if you would go rook a7 with an idea of then liberating the queen side by b6, then probably you could do this with the rook on b8 as well.
Exactly.
So
I think
maybe-
it's better that way because then you can control the b file, and here with the rook on a7 you really don't. So
I would
very
suspect
interesting.
bishop d6, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right, this started well. Yeah,
Yeah.
started very interesting. You're happy you have a Catalan structure.
Yes, of course.
Structure. But it's very typical for Van Foreest. We are straight away getting into some unexplored territory. At least, okay, I guess that Bennett and us at least. I don't know about
Yeah.
them. Board 2, we have
Let's
a
see.
very interesting matchup as well.
Uh-huh.
I wonder, Liang, he won his game yesterday quite convincingly after a very interesting choice in the opening. We remember this
Mm-hmm.
kind of a fake Benoni situation, and then exchanging the queen for two rooks and eventually getting a very strong play. He is facing an Indian player, Varshne Aryan. One of the players I don't know very well, but he's
You'll get to know him now.
yeah. Well, I guess that my knowledge about young Indian players is always really widening after this tournament. Last year, I am also very familiar with many new
Yes,
guys,
there's
including the winner, who, of course, I knew the name, but Pranesh was relatively new name for me. I think he is not like super young. He is not 15 or something.
He's actually 20, born in 2005.
Okay.
So he is 20 years old, but still, young in the chess world. Still probably has enough experience. I mean, he is 24, 33, 36 rated player. And yes, also international master. So obviously we will see a very exciting game here.
Well, not sure about too exciting.
Okay,
at
the
moment.
queens are off. True, yeah, the queens are
queens
off.
are off, and it seems that white is.
How did that happen?
Yeah,
So fast?
this started off quite normally, and at some point this is some kind of a hybrid between Slav and Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
C6 is
Kind of
not uncommon.
transposing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that C6 is very common in this situation, but yeah, they kind of this is very similar to semi-Slav structures, of course, but the bishop is on h4.
Yeah.
Because it's a big difference. So after black managed to go for c5 and exchange on d4, now we also kind of found ourselves in Queen's Gambit accepted lines, and White did show his intentions quite quickly, but wants to get rid of queens and to keep the balanced game.
Which is absolutely fine. I mean, that doesn't mean that the game is decided. Bishop on c8 still has to get out, and also there's a pin on the bishop on e7. Could potentially, this idea of knight b3 could be the idea to eventually play knight e4 yourself, make some double pawns on the king side. But yes, so far looking quite equal on board number 2.
Yeah, it seems that that White decided to somehow, well, maybe a little bit provocatively, to exchange as many pieces as possible and to keep some small pressure. And if Black decides or manages to solve it, then it can be an equal position, which would be quite happy with. We have a live feed on Nils Grandelius.
I just have to say kudos to the camera guys and technical team for making the cameras so interesting for the viewers, and also I am enjoying all this dancing around with the cameras, zooming in and zooming out. We can see everything, the reflection in their eyes even.
Yes, well, but one thing I have to say, I saw Nils just before the beginning of the round, and yesterday I promised to ask about his suitcase, and yes, this time everything went perfectly. So he's here from the round 1, and his suitcase as well. So now they have. It seems that they are heading towards also some kind of situation where lots of pieces are going to be exchanged. Similarly, as Amanda Liang, Nils is facing an Indian player, Mohamed Anes, and he's similarly rated, 24-31. Don't know if he's a title player. If he's
I'm not sure if he's a FIDE master or an IM as well. Let's check that. He's actually a FIDE master, not an IM yet, and born in 2003, so a bit older than the guy we saw right before on board number 2. But I think, if I remember correctly, I actually played him. Probably some time ago. I don't remember. Maybe when he was still 21 rated, I think I managed to win. But now he's higher rated than me, so he must be doing
it goes
right.
Pretty quick. And of course, nowadays also at some point when the rating system did change. Well, the system didn't change itself, but the growth of players became very quick, especially young players. So when the K40 was introduced, they started to shoot big numbers, and of course, that did change a bit the whole environment of the whole chess world, basically. The whole chess world. Of course, the pyramid goes a slightly different ways with a different speed. But let's get back to Nils. Nils played rather quickly. It seems that he is quite familiar with the position, with the structures. White has to take a decision now if he really wants to fight for an advantage, so he has to do something very direct, or in case he's happy with the exchanges and doing something like this, d5 taking on e5. Well,
probably exchanging everything, but I'm not sure if Nils would actually go for an endgame like that immediately, or know him better.
Take c5. Played many games as against Nils, but it was also quite some time ago. So I guess that people become a little more pragmatic at some point, and this could be the case. I'm not completely sure because I was concerned about this actually with Bishop f4 idea, and I wasn't sure how to deal with this.
In any case, then you're forcing me to play Bishop f6 and exchange everything. So it doesn't
would be a worse version for you. So maybe Queen e5 makes a little more.
Easier
sense, or let's say maybe more accurate. And if White exchanges here, then Then it's not well. We still have to deal with bishop b2. So maybe rook e1, the pin.
Okay, force
Bishop d7.
Or bishop f5. What do we do?
Bishop f5 as
We
well.
can be more active with bishop d3.
Bishop f5 is also
I mean, these two bishops can be annoying. Yeah, I can agree that if Black actually has achieved the great thing out of the opening, I mean, he's not worse. Isn't that the first step of the game?
Yeah, well, it depends if d5 is gonna be White's option here. Of course, he can do something else. Maybe he can do something like bishop g5, f6.
Bishop g5 looks very nice move to play if it works. Or? Yeah, I mean, or do you want to go and be queen f8?
No, I don't.
You don't want to go queen f8.
Okay. Queen f8 guy, yeah. So f6. Yeah, maybe it's a right way to treat it, but but something like this can.
And like that. But then, okay, I take on d4 still, and okay.
7.
Again, we have an end game.
This may be a better way for White to go to the end game, because at least b2 is not hanging.
I agree.
There's something like knight e5, and then b3. This looks like fairly equal position.
Okay, bishop g4. Then I don't know. Do you remove the rook? Oh, you play f3 yourself. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Bishop d7. Yeah, I mean, looks.
This I'm not sure. What is his position, of course, but
bishop h5 if I want to. But yeah, doesn't. I don't think it's a big difference.
Q is g4 also. Yes, this may be one of the ways how White is gonna continue the game.
Yeah.
Bishop g5 looks quite logical here, but he's gonna take his time. It's clear that also similarly, like in other games we saw, it's a big decision here for White, because he can define the course of the game at the moment. So either he is going to keep queens on the board or to go for simplifications. And I would vote for bishop g5 or something like that.
That. Yeah. Okay, let's leave it up to White to think a bit and decide how he wants to continue. As you can see, he's very focused on the camera, just moving his eyes up and down, a lot of calculations in his head. But okay, I would like to actually move to board number 3, because Pavel Eljanov is playing one of very, very strong French. I think he's already a grandmaster, the Grab Remy. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. His dad is a grandmaster for sure. So he's my teammate. I don't think Remy is already. He has GM norms.
Maybe he has norms, but he's still international master.
I think that he's not a grandmaster yet, but the grandmaster is making. So his father is. His father is my teammate in French league, and Remy is playing for Marseille, as you can see. Actually, his T-shirt from
promotion.
And the funny part about this game is actually that Pavel Eljanov did play very similar position yesterday with black pieces, and he was successful. So probably decided to try to play this with White as well. But his opponent was less ambitious there, and he didn't go bishop a4 as far as I remember. He did play something like bishop c2 and then knight f1 and bishop e3. Generally, we can quickly take a look how this happened. No, I have a suspicion how this happened, because since this couple of times in my life already.
Well, only a couple,
Yes, but bishop a4. Bishop a4 is maybe I wouldn't say that it's like a major deviation.
Okay.
But at least it's kind of we definitely cannot suspect Pavel in mixing up or not really be sure what he's doing here. Here I trust him more than myself in the positions. So I guess that bishop a4 has an idea, which probably also sometimes you decide based on your preparation. You take a look at your opponent's habits, on what does he usually do, which maneuvers he likes to, if he wants to go knight e6, if he allows bishop takes c6 somewhere or not. And based on this, sometimes you can of course make a psychological choice. And yes, bishop a4 can be a move which is a little bit more psychological. Actually, we may have ended up in some kind of anti-Berlin now instead of Gioco Piano. So it's
Gioco pianissimo.
yes, it's well. This one is, of course, it's well, sometimes looking at nowadays theory, I really think that the name was not that perfectly picked for the opening, but especially the H6 G5 lines for black.
Yeah, okay, true.
But the truth is that the development of the opening theory, and especially in Gioco Piano, it was enormous in the last years.
Yeah. Especially with these new ideas, like I said, H6, G5, you know, that are being played currently. Yeah, I hope to see this on this tournament. I'm actually sure we will probably see it eventually. But okay, I think both of these players are actually great theoreticians. So I just wanted to check where did Remy start to think, because usually he is more prepared than his opponent, at least in my experience when I followed his games. But already for H6 he took some time, 6 minutes I think.
Well, I know that I have seen some very impressive prep by him in forced lines in some other openings.
Yeah.
This is a little bit less forced, we have
true.
to say.
Yeah.
This is something where a positional approach will be dominating for the most of the game, and bishop knight e7 is a logical reaction, just bringing the knight to g6, and then black's next plan is c6, and then preparing d5 to face this white's central control. So, of course, white knows about this. At least from the black side, he does, because Pavel, as we met, just did play this yesterday, so this couldn't be a big surprise at the for knight d7. Now, usually the question is if to push d4, knight g6, and then to play this, and this is quite usually it's I will need to protect d4 first. Yes.
Yeah, that's the point of bishop a4. I mean, kind of we're not protecting d4 now, so it's maybe we go to g3 if you want.
Yeah, knight g3 is clearly one of the typical ways to proceed here, and then at some point black quite often waits for bishop e3 and then takes on d4 and goes d5. There are some minor differences between the typical positions here. I'm also quite curious why did Pavel opt for bishop a4, but I don't think that we will find out that quick. So probably we can try to take a look at also some other games now.
Yeah, let's go for it.
So we are to your fan favorite Santos against Kuru, and we have a Philidor here. This is a bit surprising. We don't see Philidor so often anymore. At some point, it actually was. It used to be. Did you play Philidor with Mike or not? No, because in Slovenia it was extremely popular at some stage.
Yeah, it was. That's true. Yeah. I never really played much of it. I played Pirts.
That would be logical, yeah.
Because he's Slovenian.
You cannot really avoid. There are not so many openings named after Slovenian chess players.
So you're kind of forced, you know. But no. But I know my teammate Lara Andrew, for example, she played, or still plays sometimes in the Olympiad. You know, these kind of openings. They're coming back. You
cannot tell all this opening prep stuff.
I know. Yeah, my captain is losing his mind most of the time. But it's coming back. Let's be honest. I mean, if Kuratila is playing it,
no, but Philidor is actually, of course, it's a perfectly legal opening. I always, when I see some random, something which is not exactly, say, topical at the moment, I also I can admit that if you didn't play Philidor, I did quite a lot. Yes. So not so many times, of course, but compared to my main ones. But this is A4. A4 is a relatively modern way to treat Philidor, because it's kind of white is waiting with the castle yet and wants to possibly push a5 immediately to gain space on queen side. Black can choose between setup, which is one of the most logical ones. It's a5, but then of course also it has some disadvantages because after c6, then white sometimes pushes d5, and then there would be a problem with the b5 square. a5 used to be one of the main lines. We have one more great specialist of Philidor in this tournament playing, just a couple of boards lower. It's Bahadur Jobaba.
Oh,
He played Philidor a lot.
I'm not surprised.
Yes, he was very. Had to face his Philidor several times in my life,
Okay.
and from white side.
Yeah.
So we ended up in more or less typical setup for the Philidor, and the black did go for a5. Interesting. I know that they tried to avoid going for a5, but this is an old line which I faced maybe the most with white. Bishop e3, d4, bishop d4, and knight f8. So generally, these positions they are considered to be slightly better for white.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Well, it's simple because white has just more space.
It's like in King's Indian, the engine is evaluating it slightly better for white or better for white, but if you don't know how to react to some moves, you can be lost in a few moves.
True. Well, black's play is very similar to King's Indian you mentioned. Of course, there is a big difference that the bishop is not on g7 but on e7.
On the other hand,
yeah,
but depends on the personal preference.
No, I guess it's better, objectively better. 7. Quite often, black tries to move to get the bishop there. But on the other hand, the basic principles are very similar. Black wants to build the play against the e4 pawn, and of course needs to finish the development first. And another move which is most likely gonna happen quite soon is bishop e6. That's another idea for black, and this is gonna happen pretty soon. I'm not sure about bishop e3, frankly. Here, I have to say that I remember that I put some plans connected with d5, but yeah, well, the rook was not on e1. I think it would have lots of games here still.
Bishop e3, actually the main move with okay, I'm checking a database which is not exactly updated, but around 130 games being played with bishop e3, and only 60 knight h4, for example.
So, yeah, there are small differences in the setups here. One of the ideas, of course, bishop e3 is a logical move, maybe the most logical one, but yeah, now of course white has to show what exactly did he prepare against this bishop e6 plan, and yeah, we'll see.
But exactly, so how do we react? Maybe queen d3, of course, is a typical move. I did try Philidor once, and I did run into some e5. Eventually, you know, this f7 can be potentially some sacrifice or some weakness. That's why bishop e6 should be played, like you said. But also e5 was played in exactly this position a few times. Let's see.
e5, okay, and d takes e5.
For example, in 1975 also.
And this is times which even I don't remember.
Yeah, no, but I think there was the game Berkic-Kadric here 2019, and queen d3 was played. So.
Yeah, Denis Kadric is one of the big specialists on Philidor, by the way. He plays this a lot. And if you want to learn a thing or two about Philidor, I can recommend some of his games, because he really, and he is very dedicated. One of the few guys who really plays Philidor, we can say, full time. I know that well, we do see some development. All right.
Wait, there was knight f8.
Queen d3.
So there was queen d3 and bishop e6 immediately. Okay, correct.
So bishop e6.
And Jaime also thinking.
He always seemed a little uninterested in what is going over on the board, but
like he doesn't want to play.
Yeah, no, but it's it's only seemingly, because he usually has a very, very good idea of what he does.
Yeah.
I think
Just
rook d1,
look-
yeah. Rook d1.
Rook d1 or bishop e3 depends if you want to keep the bishop or not, yeah?
I don't mind knight takes d4
You
actually,
don't
because
mind,
let's
okay.
imagine you take on d4, then after knight takes d4, I will try to run my knight to f5, and eventually maybe
Oopsie,
also
yeah.
queen comes to g3. But we see that that he doesn't
didn't-
agree with
Yeah, he's like, let's keep the bishop.
first.
Maybe he wants to still play knight h4, knight f5, play bishop h6, you know?
At some point.
At some point, of course.
Yes.
Has to plan it, but rook d1, the next is the follow.
Yes, yeah, rook d1 is gonna.
Yeah, this will be followed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kurotila, now it's like you said, it's a bit passive with black pieces, and I wonder if he will manage to get some activity here with black. I don't see it exactly, bishop f8 or queen c7. What do we
I think
see?
queen c7, rook d8 is somehow comes
Uh-huh,
to
like
mind.
that.
Yeah, this looks like something what I would consider, because now you at least have some ideas with d5, trying to release the tension and liberate the position a bit.
Mm-hmm.
We can have some interesting option of queen c4. Since, yeah, that's
Queen c4.
I always like this plan because point is actually we keep our eye on the knight d5 ideas once the guy from e6 leaves, and also we have this tricky move in sleeve that with bishop b6. So queen c4 in general. Well, the first idea is to try to make d6 d5 as complicated as possible. So I like queen c4.
That's actually a very cute move, especially now that I see queen b3, bishop b6 plan. Yeah, again, like black is the one that needs to find a way to continue. And
Yeah, well, by no means queen c7, rook d8 is forced, but it looks quite logical.
Yeah, it does look the most natural, but these days that doesn't mean that's also the best, yeah?
No, especially it also well, I sometimes fail to understand how the modern generation functions in calculation and in and the way how they pick their moves.
Correct.
So it's not a bad thing. Definitely, it's not a criticism. Don't take me wrong. But on the other hand, it makes the commentators' life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, you can really not predict. I think this position can develop in a very interesting way, and we can move on to the next game while they're thinking. Because now we also have the French defense, which is something I play myself, so I'm excited to see what Maxime decided to prepare today.
Yes, and I'm completely on with you because this is also one of my favorite lines.
Yeah.
French defense with white. French advance is it's like it's e4 guys against non-e4 guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, French advanced. You were right that Maxime's opponent is a youngster or a young player. So he did opt for usually French advance is signing that white is very ambitious.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Maxime won a very important game last year against Maël Boer in
Lesotho?
Yes, last
Yeah.
year, and I think that he used French advance himself with white.
It is coming back. I remember French advance was at some point being as the least played against. I think maybe knight c3 was the most played, or knight d2, and now it did come back in the last few years, 2-3 years. So
True.
yeah.
Well, the thing is that of course theory or the waves of popularity, they are usually I think that that's sometimes a matter of fashion as well. Plus, in recent years, what influences players' choices a lot are opening courses as well, because we have a huge amount of very, very good opening courses from top players even, so we can I don't know, we
Yeah.
can mention, well, we mentioned Pavel Eljanov yesterday, one of the very famous authors. Bahadur Jobaba is another guy who has several courses written. Van Foreest, also
Yeah,
a couple
also.
of this. I don't recall any course yet by Maxime, but maybe it's somewhere on the way. I know that Laurent Fressinet did a great job on Sveshnikov Sicilian course.
That's right.
And so I want to go back to one of my favorite
Yeah,
lines,
let's go.
advanced French. At some point of my career, I had the decision to make what do I play against French, because, well, it was
Yeah.
not the most frequently played opening,
Yeah.
but still was around. I think I had several games with Alexei Shirov, who played French for some reason against me, and I had to pick something. Well, and E5 I did like a lot
Okay.
at first.
Okay.
I would say that it's very double-edged.
Yeah, it is.
And for French players, it's actually quite dangerous, but it's also quite committing for white.
Yeah.
So I think that if we look at this from our point of view, I think we couldn't have wished for anything better than
Yeah.
advanced French. And let's see how did they... Oh, 97. This is a small detail.
Yeah.
Because black doesn't want to... Well, generally, black does
Would play
go
96,
for
yeah.
normal setup like this. With 97, he does suggest that he may do something else, but he didn't. Because also there is knight EC6 setup possible here for black.
Oh, okay.
But he did actually transpose to the regular one.
Yeah, that becomes.
I don't remember exactly what he did play against Nile last year, but I think it was this. It was very similar. So Queen A5. Oh, Queen A5 is an interesting idea.
The thing is, I think I played something very similar myself with black. The problem is you would want to go F6 or knight F5 immediately, but bishop D3 is something that annoys you. That's why knight C2 is very important first instead of bishop E2, I think, with white pieces. Because once you play bishop E2, you commit to the bishop move, and then knight F5 works. And now after knight C2, I think queen F5 might be the only computer engine move that keeps the position balanced, almost the only one. Also A5 was, I think, also a good move, but I remember struggling myself. I had to find this over the board because I didn't know it.
Okay, yeah. Well, I remember from my times that after knight A7, knight A3 probably was one of the most interesting directions for white, because actually you managed to smuggle your knight to C2 without being in danger of taking on D4 and A3. Queen A5, yes, this looks like exactly like a computer way to approach the situation. White did react with H4 quickly, and now F6 only after. Black wants to create another conflict in the center, asking why the question how he's gonna hold his center on, because CD4 becomes a threat now.
Yes, CD4 becomes a threat, kind of taking on E5, opening also this one later.
Not sure about H4. I mean, H4 is a typical move in these positions, of course. I have played H4 myself many times here, but or not in this position, but well, I would consider A3 here. And the idea is to face a B4 always with E4 and then taking back on D4. Of course, it's basically white wants to go B4 himself. Question is, of course, if after or something like Queen A4 is possible, but I'm not sure that Queen is so well placed here. So just maybe CD4 and then Bishop D3. Yeah, I like H4 in general. Yeah, I mean, I like doing H4.
It is also a computer move, let's be honest. It is one of the top engine moves. But he did think around 9 minutes to play it. So maybe he knew the idea, but was not sure if it was the right moment to play it. However, after Maxime played F6, he has been thinking for 30 minutes already.
Oh, yeah. Wow, yeah, and Maxime has hardly spent
Yeah.
any time yet.
He's still in his prep, so I think Maxime knows what he's doing, which means he knew also H4,
Yeah.
which is an engine move, and F6, yeah. And now I think Maxime is quite bored because he knows the lines, and now he's just waiting.
I prefer to be bored on my opponent's time, so I would be quite happy.
I would love that too, you know?
Yeah, so usually people do this on your
Yeah.
times account, yeah, I understand, but that's life, yeah, we need all types of chess players. So, okay, let the young Peruvian player think about his opening choices and take a look at Max Warmerdam, who is taking on another Indian player with a range of 24 plus
Yeah.
100. I think that he is also rather young, maybe not.
Let's check. Yeah, he is also a youngster, also 20 years old, so...
Well, I don't
Oh,
know,
yeah.
20 years old
These
nowadays,
days, yeah.
and it cannot be considered to be a super junior, but of course still a young player. We can see him at the camera feed at the moment, and Max Warmerdam did opt for a pretty modest way of treating his white pieces.
That is an interesting way of playing. Let's see how...
E3. Well,
E3, okay, this
yeah.
is also becoming popular these days, or C3 even, instead of E3, yeah?
Well, yeah, of course, it became extremely difficult to beat people out of the theoretical lines, and of course the knowledge. Back in my days, we had no laptops, no computers. I would go to a tournament and I could use the same line for almost the whole summer. And today, of course, because the games were not so quickly published, there were no online transmissions.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was a beautiful time actually for people who wanted to create
just play chess.
And
I miss. I would love.
It's different. It's different world, of course, but that's the way it is. And of course nowadays again it became extremely difficult to find the holes in preparations of your opponents. On the other hand, you have much more information now.
Yeah.
So probably based on some information he got from his opponent's games, Max decided to do a slow start to the game. Actually, this is called the color system, I think, yes?
I think it's also called color system. You're just delaying to play C4.
I know that it reminds a lot Queen's Indian with reversed colors.
Yeah, it did kind of transpose to, it says, before it was color system, then it transposed to Rubinstein, Bogolyubov defense.
It's it's actually some transposition, of course.
Yeah.
It seems that if you look only on Black's moves, it seems like Black is playing, if you think reversed colors.
Yeah.
It's something like, if you would have Ivan Sokolov here, he would explain us because he is a big specialist on the reversed colors. I've just recently seen that he's making a video. It's just based on reversed color systems. So maybe he would tell us more about this. But at the moment we will have to somehow survive ourselves here. And both of the guys, of course, at the board as well. Max's first time probably he is taking some longer meditation.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d6, it's not a very natural move. I mean, black would maybe want to play a6, keep this bishop on that diagonal. a6 has been played, also queen e7, has been played in games before, also b6, But bishop d6 really not being a common move at all. At least in my database, I've seen it only once. And now Max is, of course, thinking how to punish this move.
You say that it's not very common. I trust you, of course, and the database. On the other hand, bishop d6 doesn't look so natural to me because, first of all, you move your bishop away from some b4, eventual b4, b5 strikes. He prepares e5.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, white is most likely going to face it with knight d2 and to be ready to go e4 after e5.
Yeah.
but after knight d2, maybe queen c7, and still he can go for b6. Oh, queen c7 maybe not, but maybe b6 immediately. You may be right that he could have waited for one more move and do something more useful, like a6. But bishop d6, it's
a normal.
Yeah, I think it's something which you would see quite often White doing in semi-Slavs. It's
you prepare e5. Now that you said it, this is very logical. And White would want to respond with e4, except if maybe now he can already play c4 in the center. Yeah.
That's also, c4 of course is another option which comes to mind. But after dc4, maybe then he has to evaluate the consequences of dc4 and this exchange operation. And White's plan, probably straight from the opening, was to keep the position dynamic and not to and flexible, not to do c4 maybe that quickly. But we will see. Of course, it's our camera suggests that something interesting can be going in Nils' game.
Ah, really? Okay, let's go check it out then.
Well, not maybe so much, but White took a decision to take on e5 at the moment we left it, and after knight takes e5, he's then actually if he took on e5, then he had to know what he's doing next. There's one more option which came to mind now, which looks a bit strange. It's bishop g5. It's allowing exchanges.
Oh my, so knight f3, queen f2, queen g5 for
maybe even bishop f3.
Bishop,
Yeah, well, but maybe queen f3 is more normal. But this is a way. Oops, this is a way to simplifications which Black may not be so happy about if. And as I know, I would say that Nils would be more ambitious, but White is considering. I think that one of the options is knight takes e5, but bishop g5 is also quite possible. So
normal.
This
so
is
far, development
not so exciting yet, but we hope for some interesting things to happen in this game still. Let's go to the game. It's board number 6 or it's 8.
I think it's already 8. Suleimani is playing on board number 8. There were no surprises yesterday up to board number 10 or 11 where Kasper made a draw. So all the players from yesterday are also staying on all of their top 10 boards.
Well, I would mention there was one upset, the bigger one, when Ukrainian Grandmaster Igor Samonenkov did lose his game to Ilya Kurmangalieva of Kazakhstan. We mentioned her, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
And we didn't see the game, unfortunately, because it was off live boards. But, of course, it's a result which is not very common.
For the first round,
For the first round, 300 points of rating difference, and usually it's, of course, it's not always an easy walk for favorites, but we can see that even in the first round we can see some surprising results. Let's go back to board 8. 2 young players. We have your favorite French defense. How do you feel about this line?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, not as ambitious as the advanced one. I actually do, with black pieces, prefer to face advanced French than this one, because this one opens up the position a bit more. And I prefer slightly half-closed positions. Yeah, and we will see, especially with theory developing, this. We can have some exchanges in the center and
interesting. White went for knight f3, which is slightly different. That's after c5. There are several main moves, but knight f3 gained popularity recently.
Yeah.
And knight c6. Black shows that maybe he doesn't want to go for this line, which is quite common nowadays, and decided to go for line which is maybe not so popular anymore. Yeah, but he doesn't mind queen e7. It may look strange to put your queen in front of bishop, but it has a concrete point. He forces white either to go queen e2 or a return to e2, taking on d4. Now we are heading to a typical French isolated position. Knight a5. I'm not completely sure about knight a5. Yeah, it doesn't strike me to be a typical way how to proceed in these positions. I was never a big fan with black.
Really?
Yes. No, I never played French here.
That's true.
Yeah, so
No, I am fan of isolated pawn in general, especially in French. I also don't when my opponent takes on d5. Queen d5 is the main move, main response in general. But I also recently checked some lines with Stockfish, with Engines, and Engine loves it takes d5 also. And as I prefer isolated pawn myself, this gives you more dynamic play, not easy exchanges in case your opponent, for example, is happy with the draw. Okay, in this case, I think White would be happy with the draw. I mean, he's playing a very strong Azerbaijani player, both of them youngsters, and I think just Aydin showing that he wants to fight. That means
yes. Knight a5 is knight a5. Of course, is a way of
but
trying
I
to.
think you're right. Yeah, it's a way, but maybe not the best one.
Doesn't click right, knight a5, but yeah, well,
you
in
have it.
open, yeah, where you
have
can do it. Sometimes, well, you can do everything once at least. So this is maybe well, I know that it seems that he picked this line, or I don't know how much did he expect this line to appear on the board, but it seems that he was not too surprised. He's Suleimanli is bit ahead on the clock, but it's not so significant.
Not too much, no.
It's just a normal position, and we will see. Well, we are up for a long game here.
Absolutely. So we can move on to the next game.
This is a little bit more exciting. Yes, I suspect Rouser Sicilian.
Yeah.
Strongly suspect Rouser Sicilian because it's very typical, of course. It's a bit unfair from me to say this, but it's very typical. Quite clearly, this is a line which usually ends up in the positions like this.
Okay.
Extremely interesting for studying this because the position is very, would say, very typical for open Sicilians. But even for Z standards, it's quite random, I would say. So basically, you have two bishops. Black has two bishops which are not really playing much yet.
Yeah.
Black got rid of White did get rid of his black squared bishop, but in exchange, of course, they got slightly weakened black structure of pawns. I know a friend of mine. He's one of the main fans of Rouser Sicilian. It's Croatian Grandmaster Zdenko Kozul, former European champion, and he actually played these lines over and over again. Not exactly this one, maybe, but very similar structures. I have seen this quite many times and played this against him as well. So, what are main? We can say that the main advantages of both sides. Black has an extremely strong knight on e5. You can see that it's really a beautiful piece.
Very nice.
Black pawns are somewhat weakened. All of them, they are kind of attacked.
They have to be protected by the bishop. Yeah, that's their job right now, sadly.
On the other hand, it's always like you have this pessimists and optimists look at things. So yes, they are weak. The bishops are protecting, but on the other hand, they control all the squares around. Also, the knight on e5 is double protected here. So Of course, white cannot approach the squares yet. In principle, what they would like to do is to bring the other guy to f4, because then they can hit this pawn on e6 quite heavily.
Yep.
But at the moment, exchanging the queens doesn't look like a great idea for white. So maybe he would opt for something else.
Okay, that's yeah, I mean, especially because this king is on b7, that's also why white wouldn't want to exchange the queens, right?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. On the other hand, they have to solve the upcoming black's plan with... sorry, my arrows...
Oh, we have a lot of colors
Lots
here.
of colors.
Yes, another one.
Yes, we do get rid of them. So, at the moment, of course, black's plan is quite clear. It's going to play rook c8, most likely try to bring as many pieces to the attack, maybe threatening rook takes c3 at some possible situation, and some positional exchange sacrifice, which I'm very sensitive personally. So yeah,
this happens to you.
Yeah, this is one of the things which occasionally up. So of course. White has to come up with some plan when he needs to, of course, improve his position.
Yeah. So yeah, 92 would not be possible. How about if I move the queen? Let's say I go queen. Where do I go? Not
to h3.
What would I do on h3?
I want to hit the e6. Huh?
Yeah, but not this way, no. Okay, let's go queen g2. Let's go queen g2, because I'm very curious. Because my plan, yes, it is knight 92. Oh, sorry, wait. It's
let's assume rook c8. Yeah, okay, but now queen g2 is rook takes c3. I'm almost sure. Yeah,
let's not do this. Yes. So actually, Jacobson is thinking right now. Yeah, knight 94.
Rook c8.
It's very natural. Yeah. Maybe he's thinking about h4 himself. Just opening the files there.
Yes, h4 is.
But rook c8 also very natural. Does white have any tactical ideas of playing? No, nothing. 95 doesn't work. Nothing.
King b7 actually did solve that.
Everything,
King b7 was quite good from this point of view. Why I like the rook c8 is also that actually in case of h4. We can still go queen g2 because it's not with queen h3 plan anymore, but my idea knight e2, knight f4 is still around. So
I like this, yeah. So maybe h4 being a bit slow, you have to, like you said, rook c3 idea might be the most ambitious one. But Jacobson has been thinking for already 15 minutes, so he's struggling with something.
I think 15 minutes, that's quite a lot here.
Yeah, he must not like something. Maybe knight b3 he doesn't like.
Yeah, but just move the queen to b6. Rook. I don't know. Rook c8 is a move which comes to mind. I'm sure that Black did consider rook c8 as one of the first options, but for some reason, yes, he's hesitating.
Yeah, he is. But okay, let him think, yeah?
And this is the youngest possible, I think, pair for today on the top boards. So some of the token, you may think that he is youngest out of these two, but it's not exactly like this. Ilan Schneider is, I think he was born in 2011.
Oh my, wait, I will double check it, of course.
Yes, thank you. But I believe I looked at some youngsters lists, and I think that he was the one born in 2011.
You're correct.
Yeah. If 2404 already, not so bad, I would say, for this age.
Very good, also international master already.
So let's see, it can be a very interesting matchup because, of course, when you have such an interesting and young player against you, I mean, for both of them.
Yes.
So you are even more motivated. We can see the live camera feed. Thanks a lot. It looks funny. Last year's stream we actually saw this, and Sava Vetokin is a very strong player. He has a very interesting habit of also checking on quite frequently on his opponent,
Look at him, yeah.
which I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
Yes, because usually it's I don't suspect that people that they do this intentionally, but sometimes it's not exactly what you want to see, especially from a young player. I personally would suggest him if I play. If he does do this on my time, I would suggest to look elsewhere. But of course, not all the people get distracted by things like this. So we can take a look what happened in this game. Started off with Queen's Gambit transposed into some version of Vienna, but e3, c5, and then we are in isolated pawn situation.
So another one.
a6, interesting. So
yeah, it's that's quite typical, no?
b6 probably is even more.
More
well, yes,
typical.
b6.
These days, I don't know, a6 and basically asking why to play 4 and then going b6.
Well, but he didn't.
He did go for it, yeah.
Yes, he did. a6 b5 is definitely ambitious, but white did go for a
That's very direct approach.
play. So he asks a direct question if black wants to go g6 or h6, and I would suspect white bringing the rook to d1 quickly.
Yeah. Again, isolated pawn, it can become very dangerous if black doesn't treat it well. For example, g6 you don't really usually would want to do because it does make a lot of weaknesses. I would prefer h6 if there was an option.
So these two pieces are undeveloped, and of course white did sacrifice in a way, or exchange his bishop on f6, but it was for the sake of winning couple of tempers, and he wants to launch maybe some quick action with d5 at some point, maybe even.
Yeah. But okay, I mean that's why the rook on a7 is also quite active. You also always have this rook d7.
True. But it still is a decision first decision for black is to do h6 or g6, which is taking some time from a young Argentinian player.
Yeah.
And
it can be difficult, how to start. Okay, what would you think, g6 or h6? I mean, naturally it would be h6, right? However, with the bishop on f6, it wouldn't be too bad to play g6.
Yeah, well, the only small, or not a problem, but after g6 also white sometimes has some queen e3 ideas, eyeing a7 and h6, but maybe it's not that dangerous.
Yeah, I think I would not want to be in black shoes right now to try to figure out exactly all the tricks, especially like you said, developing with this knight from b8 is going to be extremely difficult.
True. Yes, that's why I'm not so optimistic about a6 development here, but of course it's possible. Okay. I wouldn't say that it can be so bad for black. Sorry. But in any case, after queen d3, is facing some unpleasant problems. So we will not be nice, and we'll move on from him.
Let's move on.
And
which game do you want to go to?
Let's just Almas Rahmatullayev, another youngster, a relatively new name, but youngsters from Uzbekistan also are, well, we have a couple of quite famous ones already in top chess, but several new, or at least for me, new faces are present at this tournament, and here as well, one of the players is, we may see this name more often, a young guy with 2400s, playing Ido Gorstein from Israel. It's board, as we can see it on the live feed.
Yeah, we can already see it. It is actually board number 13. The lucky or unlucky board, we don't know for who.
This is soon enough. And we had another Your
this is
favorite
Caro-Kann,
opening.
yeah.
Yes.
I love that the French and Caro-Kanns, just this type of structures, playing bishop f5 and knight d2. These days.
How do you feel about knight d2 line?
In general?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I haven't worked on this modern theory very much, so I don't understand exactly the point yet. I'm sure the plan might be after e6 to be knight b3 immediately, or
Yes.
was it okay, knight b3, yeah, and the plan is what, to push.
So basically, white is getting ready to
C4.
c5 as quick as possible.
Ah,
No, not
to
really
c4.
c4. I mean, c4 is possible on later stages, but white's one of the plans is then to push a4, a5, but then to finish development. Of course, one of the options here, more common probably, is knight f3 and bishop
Yeah, that
e2 and
is,
short
yeah.
castle. But knight d2, knight b3 is also one of the options for white.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wait for your reaction because 92 is like this move which I
You
played
played?
like maybe 30 times.
30?
So I
Oh
guess
my,
this is
yeah.
my favorite system again
No,
after
okay.
a Caro-Kann
I-
92. I play
yeah.
Caro-Kann Advance as well quite a lot, but it's a tricky one for black because it requires good opening knowledge because if you treat the position somehow usually you
Yeah.
just do your h6 97 stuff, then maybe c5 will not be so easily reached afterwards. So black goes for
Maybe
direct
that's-
c5, and this is one of the lines which is theoretical here, and queen a4. Okay, this direction I don't remember exactly, but yes, this is. Looks creative.
Nice, yeah.
Looks creative, and it seems like both players are already out of a book.
Yeah,
Well,
this-
I am definitely,
That-
but I don't know
Me
how.
too.
Okay, white is a pawn up. He's
Yeah.
out of book, but
So we
he's
did
pawn up. Yeah. Ido Goldstein, he played here last year, correctly, and now may not be very happy with what is going on at the board because
Yeah,
just lost a pawn.
Well-
And is there any compensation for black? Queen b5 or something like this?
I mean, yeah, in general, okay, I will not try to look at the engine, but in general, we have to figure out now if there is compensation, what exactly is the plan? Is this bishop strong enough? Or did we really go wrong at some point? Because, okay, you could make an argument that, okay, this rook is now coming to h4, coming in through maybe e4, and whenever white decides to short castle, you have some aggression possible. f6 maybe with opening like that, king f7.
But your king is also not very
My
safe,
king
yeah?
is not safe, yeah. And
Sure.
I honestly, I think black went wrong somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like at first sight. Well, I don't know if. Well, the problem with Queen b5, which at first seemed to be quite interesting to me,
Yeah.
is probably this: that white can suggest an exchange, and I'm not sure if black can afford sacrificing something else.
In a
Just
way,
Queen
yeah, to
d3,
play
but
this,
but Queen d3 is actually not
What's the
really
threat?
happy. It's
Yeah.
rook d1. Yeah. So no, my idea was actually to try to provoke white to do this, but.
Uh-huh.
But then it may be interesting. But still, I mean, rook
But
d1 is
still,
simply okay for white. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Queen b5 seems a bit slow, especially you're not developed yet. Yeah, but
true. On the other hand, the problem is that the king is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
First. Secondly, white, I would believe that white wants to castle.
yes, of course.
And then actually to open up the position because your king on e8 is stuck. It's not really going anywhere in near future. So.
But what if I attack your e5 pawn then? Let's say I go queen c7.
c7.
How do you
Yes.
react to that?
Well, I may start with queen a4 check. This looks like a good idea.
Okay, but I mean, this king will probably go to g7 anyway, so king
King
f8.
My point was just to bring the
Ah,
queen
here you
somewhere
go.
to centralize a queen.
Okay, that's actually a very nice queen. That's actually a very nice queen, yeah.
Then castle.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
afraid
not
I don't
good.
see.
Yeah, this is
I'm
not
afraid I don't see much of a compensation
Yeah.
for black here. So
Can we just go back a few moves to see if we had to play h6 here? So maybe queen c.
this is quite
Yeah.
forced then. So did he?
Here,
Well,
yeah.
I'm sure that there is a line which goes with. I think knight takes c5 is possible here for black, but did he mix up something, or because queen c8? Yeah, queen c8 should be okay because otherwise knight c6, bishop e3. So did he have to go to c8 instead of?
Did we have? Yeah, we had to play knight c6. Yeah.
Here could be the key point. No? I mean.
Yeah, but to not to move at all, to play a6 or something, yeah?
Mhm.
But it would still be followed by queen a3.
Then you can move somewhere else, like knight g6 or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't really
You're
want to
not
play knight
obliged
g6, but
to.
yeah, I get, yeah.
Then you get rid of this bishop and you play on.
Okay,
Because
but
this.
here, yeah, this
Yes,
is...
this is. Here already is kind of, the choice is not
But
so big anymore.
why can I not play f6?
Well, you
Let's
can
see.
play, but I'm not sure you want to.
Really? That
Yeah,
is...
this is.
I don't know, king f7? Or am I being too aggressive? Okay,
This is
rook g8. I also will try my best. Yeah, and I can maybe play some
Bishop
knight
e4,
e5 or bishop e4. Yeah, knight e5 is
e4.
not sure. How
Yeah, maybe I didn't treat this so convincingly.
Yeah,
But f6, yeah, f6 doesn't look that bad. I mean, compared to h6, just it's losing a pawn now in h6. But he may have made just his compensations there.
maybe he just did. He must have not liked something on f6 extremely.
Yeah.
Because
So
why would you give
yeah.
up a pawn
Maybe I would bring the bishop somewhere safer, like g3.
like that?
h6 is a stupid square. Actually.
Ah, okay. But still, yeah, then you put it on g3, a bit safer mode. But okay, I would still go king f7, I think. Or maybe short castle myself. Wait, this is very typical for the engine as well. I know I cannot short castle, yeah.
Yes, it would be, yes, but it's.
But I have to long way.
Not,
I have to
not,
castle long
not
way.
legal, yes,
The queen is
unfortunately.
still on a3.
Yes,
Ah.
at rook g8.
You go rook g8.
Yeah, the plan with bishop g3 I definitely like much more than
Yeah, this
the
is
previous one.
better. This is better for sure.
Knight h4 ideas.
I was hoping I could play something like queen f8 eventually, maybe even before rook g8. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, or here, who knows? If it did bring any ideas with queen h6 or something. Okay, here I have to think a bit more about losing the pawn on c6. Or do I still go bishop e4, yeah? I want to play h5, h4 immediately, but again, very slow, yeah?
Start to understand your
My type of
approach
play,
principle.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
so
go
your
for it.
first intention
Yeah.
is to try to.
Okay, here I could maybe think about knight c5, knight d4 actually.
Yeah, knight c5. I wanted to go somewhere here. Try to
Yeah,
some
I don't mind, I think.
tries. Knight d4.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, again the pawn.
You
but,
can.
But I'm not.
I don't care.
I'm not. Not the fan, but I will do this.
Yeah, okay, take.
Takes, and I will go there.
Yeah, we go here. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I agree. It can be a bit annoying. It can be a bit annoying in general. But of course I also didn't.
Yeah, this is well. It's a bit risky.
This
Yes,
already
a bit-
looks very
it's-
bad
it's
actually.
a
for
bit
black.
risky because positionally, if you look at the position objective, that
Yeah.
basically white has two bishops.
Yeah.
It's not behind in development by any means, and after we castle, will be ahead. And for black, I would still expect him to go f6, but unless he does see the compensation here, which at least at the moment doesn't look so likely. Or maybe he misjudged something here. It looks a little bit.
No, actually, I'm just checking. 8-6 is the best move. I'm not sure about how strong the engine is, but actually, yeah, going f6 would be wrong. completely, also because of bishop f4 probably. And here, yeah, let's see, after takes, let's see, engine does give it a compensation quite a lot, almost 0-0. After maybe f6 or queen b5, but more f6. More f6.
F6. Okay.
Immediately, yeah, I understand that's the plan, but
yeah, well, it looks scary, but then just to
open
up
everything.
this position. On the other hand, black has pawn down, so maybe it's not so much to lose anymore. So maybe he has to do some something which doesn't look super safe, but will have to be considered. So, okay, he is still hesitating, and he does consider his best options here, and
Absolutely.
It gives us time to move on to the next one.
Okay.
It's Benjamin de Fromont with white playing Inian.
And also, I just want to answer one question. Anna Maya again is not on the live board. There are only 16 live boards, and we are trying to cover all of them. Even though we are slightly running out of time, we do have to go on our break soon. But let's try to sum up all the games very quickly.
Yes. Well, I did at first think that this was Trompowsky, but this was actually absolutely something else. It was a Moscow variation of, I haven't seen this line for quite a while. This was considered to be quite dangerous for black always.
Yeah.
This is,
I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest.
yeah, well, this is
Oh,
some
wow.
old line. Interesting, very interesting concept by white. Very brave play from a French player against a rating favorite because, he may have had this in preparation either for today's game or in general. And black has two bishops, but they are not really in play at the moment. I would consider white compensation very good here.
Yeah, I also...
It looks very nice for white, actually.
Yeah, it does actually also. I think Elgin would agree. Okay, but...
Also, you should like this now. It was white. You wouldn't take black ever.
Yeah.
Even for 2 pawns, maybe.
Yeah, I do like, you know what, I like positions where I'm actually a few pawns down, but I'm attacking faster, so I think I agree that white is
this
fine.
Looks very interesting for white,
Yeah.
so
We'll
this
come
can be
back to this
potentially one of the positions where we can, or games where we can imagine an upset. Board number 15, Matthias Palzert of Hungary, playing Raja Ritwik. And what was that?
Yeah, what was that? I thought again it came from some French. It just looks like from the structure, but
but
it was not.
No, actually the same line like we had moments ago, but a little bit more patient approach by white. Okay, yes, this is a setup which sometimes we I've seen this, last couple of years. White is not really rushing things, just preparing some. It's some kind of, if you imagine, where basically people with rich imagination can see a Dutch defense here.
Oh my! No, come on, really?
Sure? With white, I mean,
with reverse colors. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
No.
I'm not really against Dutch. I would always push d4 or d5. You know.
Yeah. No, I mean, see if it's somehow
it could,
some kind of
the one that I'm familiar with.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of course, not a very typical one.
Yeah.
Also, a4 and losing tempo is not. But maybe just white was up to some open game, and I just decided to go for something. 95. Pretty aggressive.
I mean, okay, there's a chance to attack. He goes for it. And
there was a chance to develop pieces.
It
would be quite
maybe
it may not be happening so often. Yeah. Well, interesting. Yes, this is definitely a welcome approach from white, but I I think that black is doing
I'm just
good.
confused. I'm gonna say I'm confused in this position. It looks like Dutch, it looks like French, it looks like the queen is on h3, and I don't know what it's doing there.
Yeah. No, also it seems that black has developed all the pieces, and
Yeah.
white is not really bothered by this.
No.
And black's plan most likely is going to be g6, and then just bringing probably g6, h6,
Yeah.
bringing the king, and
I wonder if white will go for g4 here, which is aggressive, but maybe bishop
chasing my
d1 though.
knight, yes.
And then I go c3, and then I develop my knight. Knight
let's
to
do,
knight,
let's
knight
do that. Let's check what it's gonna bring us.
I don't know. h5.
No, I forgot. I'm not really threatening anything, but maybe also this e5 can be a problem now.
Yeah,
Huh?
it could be, but I was hoping that you would not go for it because I haven't calculated anything.
Okay.
I haven't
Sorry.
calculated absolutely anything.
Sorry,
Can I go
but-
g6 though?
Yes.
Look at my pieces.
Yeah, but
B1,
you're
C1.
attacking with a pawn. It
pawn
makes
in the rook, what
knight
else?
f6, g5. Yeah, I guess.
I don't care.
Looks good.
Also bishop f4.
Maybe
Looks
it
funny.
looks. Yeah, well, so I wanted to go knight d2 at times. I would knight d2 check and exchange some of
okay.
your.
But still,
your
I
stuff,
will
yeah.
have knight c3 at the end. Okay, you can take on c2, but yeah. Bishop
Okay,
d6.
let's go.
Okay, you take.
Take. Queen takes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh my.
Take.
Yes,
Or,
of course I take.
Okay.
And what now? Yeah, wait, bishop h6.
Guys, you can feel that we are closing to a break. So.
Finish
Yes,
the game.
Bishop h6.
I don't know if it works. Just looks very fun.
Yes.
It looks fun, And
I
then
take it.
Yeah.
Do you want to take?
And now we draw. Yeah.
And we find some perpetual here. Yeah, this looks like a perfectly prearranged stuff. Okay, of course, this is what most
Yeah,
likely is not going to
No,
happen.
this will not happen.
With all due respect to our fantasy here, I think
It
that
looks fun.
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
White is considering g4 probably, but
No.
let's see. We are close
Probably
to
C3
our
or something.
board number 16, and there is Felix Tulchinsky playing Mukhidin Madaminov is
Mhm.
one of the guys I met. Well, one of this new generation of Uzbek players. I've seen Madaminov playing online quite successfully,
Uh-huh.
and he is also an over the board strong player. Of course, you can see his rating is very solid. He's a
Mhm.
Grandmaster. The position here, let's check quickly how this happened. That's an from English opening, and went for a very ambitious setup.
Okay. Not very familiar with the theory here either.
No, well, no,
I'm not, at
I'm
least.
also not a
Okay.
big specialist in this line, and
Okay.
seems that black has solved
Yeah.
opening problems at the first, but on the other hand, once the white bishop is gonna
Yeah.
appear on b2,
Which
you
will-
have to.
Now I'm gonna
Yeah.
play it now, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
How
Well,
the
maybe
question
queen
is, yeah,
f5.
five?
Yeah, queen.
That's
Maybe
the
maybe
plan?
that was the point. Yeah.
And you're saying going for something like knight h4. How do you protect this knight on m6? Really?
I want to provoke you,
You-
to go
you-
f4.
You know I'm gonna do it, yeah?
Yes, I know. Yes. But it's good actually.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it should be good,
It's
yeah?
It's good. Yeah. Yeah. Can he go queen e6?
Yeah, but that allows rook e1 though. And
Since I also
sacrifice
suspected
the pawn,
you are going to
yeah,
sacrifice it.
sacrificing it.
Yes.
But I don't know if it's good actually, but my fingers are sticky, I have to do it.
Yeah. And, so rook e1 looks good. Yeah. Interesting. Bishop b2. Bishop b2 is very natural in any case.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look well. The only detail could be if white should insert b5 at some point.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's why he is taking his time here. But
He's not been thinking for too long. I think only 3 minutes. So that's actually, I think 5 minutes would be fair enough. Or 5 to 7 minutes would be a healthy amount of time. I would think for 10 minutes, but healthy amount of time is 5 minutes, okay?
Okay. Yes. Well, it's just always trust you on time management issues
Thank
because
you. In
now
theory,
I'd say
I know
it's
everything.
this is okay. This is definitely a position where I would even tolerate
You
let's
would?
say 10
Really?
to 10 minutes here because if you well to myself at least so I would probably yeah bishop b2 looks very natural but on the other hand, of course, you can consider other options as well.
Yeah.
We can have a very quick glance on other boards if we don't have any results yet.
No.
I do believe that from the quality of our last lines, you could feel that it's a break time slowly approaching, and I think that we will be back very soon with an update on the top boards. Stay with us, don't go too far.
Yeah. See you soon.
When people around the world think of ripe, fresh, juicy fruit, our name comes to mind. Since Dole's start in the 1850s, we've made it our mission to make the world a healthier place. From tropical bananas marked with our iconic sticker to the sunny pineapples we're known for, we've become a trusted source for nutritious, colorful variety that tastes as good as it looks. From field to fork, we innovate with purpose and lead with our values: planet, produce, partnership, prosperity, communities, people, and health. The result is delicious and delightful. Brighter tables and futures for all. That's the Dole way.
welcome back to round number 2 of Trophy Dole, taking place in Aix-en-Provence in France. And just now you could see a beautiful place where we are actually playing chess. We are actually playing chess in the casino, which is a very unusual, or maybe usual place for a chess player.
Not sure how unusual it is. Well, from my experience, the only time I played in the casino was in 1999. No, it's not the only time. In 1999 in Las Vegas, there was a video knockout back then. It's called the World Championships, and it was in Las Vegas, one of the Las Vegas biggest casinos. So spent quite some time there. So it was a very nice experience. Didn't win anything.
Lost everything there. Yeah.
Just some games over the board, luckily. But of course, we had the chance to take a short look to the playing hall.
As you guys can also see it in the camera. So yes, we are actually not playing in the casino, like with the slots and the poker tables. We are actually on the higher level where we have the whole room, which is also air conditioned, which is very nice in the summer. And you guys can see the stage. The players feel very comfortable here, yeah?
Definitely. You can see that since tables are very, very big, and you have enough space to place all your refreshment you brought to the game. And
nobody's touching your elbow.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's not like a team event. Of course, it's it's always a nice possibility to play in such nice and not very usual for an open tournament. Very good conditions here. I did feel there was something missing in our first round.
I just wanted to say that.
And we managed to find out what. Of course, there were 2 more games somewhere in the middle of our commentary, which from some reason we at some point we did skip to something else. And one of the games you mentioned from the very beginning, it was Alice Lee playing Leon Luke Mendonça. Alice Lee, we can remind the guys who didn't watch our yesterday's commentary, she just came back from a World Cup, Women World Cup in Batumi, Georgia, and there are several other lady participants in this tournament. After checking the list, I think, if I'm not wrong, there are 6 of them here.
From the World
Cup,
yeah.
From the World Cup. Of course, it was a knockout event, so that's why it's possible, because the event is still on. You can see, I think that there are quarterfinals just now, and of course it's also an interesting event. But I guess that you can check that event also after
it's over for us.
And
I hope you guys will enjoy our commentary a bit better, because this is also a very exciting tournament. Of course, World Cup being on it. It does make it very exciting for International Chess Day, like you mentioned before. So many options to watch out for chess, and we have many ladies actually participating. Besides Alice Lee, there's Carissa Yip, there's Dalia Cervantes. We can see many French top players like Emilia Sophie, Manon Chipke. I think also Navratescu is playing here, and I could probably count like 15 to 20 women playing at this Open, and that's a very rare occasion.
I think it's even more.
More than 20?
We can check the official statistics.
We'll do it.
I thought that it's even something around 40.
Oh my!
I think that if you can also, of course, if you are interested in all kinds of stats, you can see. I think that on French Federation website there is statistics at the, I think that the last stats, and there is I think there are many players. Many federations also, very interesting. I think female participants are just one.
There are 39 feminine participants.
So almost 40.
In the A Open.
Yeah,
there are 3 Opens here.
Only in the A Open, it's great. I think that amongst 300, approximately 300 participants.
Even less,
very
200 and probably around 80 players, 60, 70, yeah.
Many federations as well. Yes, it's a true chess festival, and I believe that we will see more of this in following years. But let's not forget as the games.
Yeah, so we wanted to go to board.
Yes, and
I think it's number 10 or 12, where Alice Lee is playing Mendonca Leon-Look, which is actually one of the games I looked forward to, and then we skipped it, and I was like, oh no!
Yeah, something went wrong. Yeah. It can happen to the best of us, but we see that Black did opt for. We saw this yesterday.
Yeah, we saw something similar, but I think maybe not knight f6 immediately, C5, which allowed e4. And c5, okay, that's
possible way to treat this line. Yeah. b6, it kind of transposes to exchange Slav.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you can see from the structure. But in this case, the bishop is stuck on c8 or maybe b7, depends where you want to put it. Yep. I did play this once with black. Well, I do play a6 very often myself. And I remember, I think I played against Bauer, Grandmaster Bauer from France. I was struggling so much with this bishop.
Well, it depends. Yeah, because of course, if you are used to play an exchange Slav with bishop f5, then he would rather have it somewhere else. We can see our live camera feed, our technical possibilities are as good as every day, as great as it can get, and I think that as we know, our magician Etienne, it will improve day by day, and he will come up with some new tricks.
It's hard to improve perfection, yeah?
He is always coming up with something which surprises us in a nice way. But here you can see that it's very typical for exchange Slav, right?
Yeah.
Just very patient, yes. Black decided to change the course of the game because didn't want to wait white rook to appear on c1. Extremely difficult to play for a win here for black, which I'm sure, with all respect, of course, to Alice, I think that black still has to have some ambitions here to try to squeeze out something out of this game.
Yeah.
Exchanges, more exchanges.
But now queen b5 on the board, yeah.
Yeah. Now Alice is considering which version of exchanges you would prefer here, because black is regaining the pawn on b4, and knight on a4 doesn't really look spectacular at the moment because it doesn't really have many squares where it can go.
I agree. So, I mean, I would like to play knight c5 if I could, but this queen on b3 is making my life very hard right now.
Yeah, knight c5, unfortunately, seems to lose a pawn because after knight takes c5,
it just doesn't work.
Just recollects also the b4. So knight c5 would be nice, but it doesn't really work. Of course, also black is quite happy to have a control over this c file because. That's very important. It's the only open file at the position. Also, the white has to be careful not to move the knight from f3.
Because of knight d2, yeah.
Yeah, because there
or even that.
Queen f1 immediately.
Okay.
So actually, this is another slight problem.
Yeah, the thing is, for example, if black had one more move, he would just take the pawn on b4 with a pawn. And yes, now this knight on a4 would be stuck there almost forever. And that's why Alice, of course, needs to figure out, can I play knight c3 immediately or something like that? What's the issue with this move?
Calculating this line. I said.
Yeah, takes. Let's say we call the exchanges. Yeah, knight d2 or something, right?
And white needs to evaluate this endgame if it's as first thing. If second, of course, black is not obliged to go for rook c2.
True.
And can go f5. Play slowly.
Do that, yeah. But
and
now
then-
B3, though, maybe it's not so bad for white here, right? Or you're saying that it is, huh?
No, it's a bit annoying. I think it's.
Yeah.
I'm not
Annoying, I would
saying
agree.
not saying that it should be lost, but
Eric C2
very
would be
unpleasant.
annoying.
Still, yes, I need the rook a6 quickly.
Thankfully.
Knight d5, knight c4, something like this.
Okay, let's say it's holding on, but yeah, if somebody's being more active, okay, maybe here. it
Here,
can be
yeah,
allowed,
but it also took some risks with his black also. But it seems like that knight c3 is very likely to happen because at least we don't see many other options for white, and yeah, it could seem that that Alice is going to play something
Yeah,
at the
I
moment.
think she's
From
ready.
them.
She's
I
had
think
been thinking for almost 9
I don't
minutes.
know. But I would think that her body language suggests that
she's
ready.
ready.
She's probably decided for some
But-
line.
Yeah, we really haven't figured out if anything else except knight c3. Maybe she probably was considering also something else. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what I wanted to mention also that any rook move
Yeah.
is also not, well, let's say something like
yeah.
this. It's not so great either because there is queen e2 idea as well, which is hitting the f2 quite unpleasantly.
Yeah.
With maybe even as a possible follow-up with, I don't know, rook f1, rook
Yeah,
c2,
rook
you don't
f1.
really want this. So it seems by, quite often it's quite good to, it's good to use an elimination method. You
True.
find out that basically you don't have any other good options, so you probably, even if you
Yeah.
don't like knight c3
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
you most likely she would be forced to play that.
She's
Frankly, I
not
don't.
ready to play move though. Yeah, I don't see anything else except knight c3, yeah? Just by point of elimination. Except maybe she sees something else that we don't see, but so far... if you have the only move you play it, no?
Yeah,
so
we
she must be considering
We
something.
see everything.
Yeah, yeah.
If we don't see everything that Etienne does with our cameras,
I think
so okay, it seems that
Okay.
we couldn't figure out if Alice is ready to make her move or not.
Okay.
And there's
go
one more
to
game
that.
which also one of the most entertaining players around who we mentioned yesterday is Badur Jobava playing with white against Bahram Bakhrilayev from Uzbekistan and other players. We can see that there are not only young Indian players present here, but also several players from Uzbekistan. And generally, for many viewers, Uzbekistan may be a new destination, let's say new country, more or less, to on the chess map. But of course, if you mention names like Abdusatorov, Sindarov, Yakuboev, already established players, of course, Olympic champions. Surprisingly, for many Olympic champions of Chennai Olympiad in 2022. But looking at their lineup, you could see that the extremely young team, very, very motivated.
Yeah, big chess nation in recent years, especially. They are really developing, their youngster team, their also open team, their men's team, their women's team. Not really a team you want to play against in the Olympiad if you're fighting for the top spots in the last round, because they will bring everything they have. So yes, as you said.
Yeah, if you were mentioning that in the women's competition, and they said they bring everything they could. They even managed to regain Tokajonova from the US Federation back to Uzbekistan, and I think that preparation for next year's Chess Olympiad in Uzbekistan are in full swing.
Yeah.
We can also mention that there are many events which take place in Uzbekistan, also official events. One of the nearest coming is a Grand Swiss tournament in Samarkand. Last year there was a World Championships in Rapid and Blitz. 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was last year, was New York. But they really making big moves on the chess map, and let's see if another young player from Uzbekistan will make his mark against Bahadur Jobava. But I would like, because I trickily looked at the opening stage here.
Yeah, let's go through.
And Ponciani, not very common.
Don't see this very often, yeah.
But you know what happened next? Okay, d5 is one of the key moves.
Yes,
d3.
Oh.
And do you remember mentioning Bahadur's Philidor? He's aiming for Philidor.
Right.
Yes, it did actually.
Oh
well,
my
it did play Philidor with white. I didn't even know. Actually, this is very funny, of
That
course.
exists?
But
Oh, man.
knight goes to a3. Well, of course, knight d2 is also possible, but very interesting. You could see that white is just literally playing a Philidor.
Yeah,
with
these
reversed
are
colours.
Philidor ideas. Nothing. He just feels comfortable in these positions, and he wanted to avoid opening theory. Like you said, Uzbekistan players are really developing also in opening theory. They all know a lot. So that's probably what's Jobava's plan today, which I can understand. F4.
Also, it seems to be, looking at the clock, it seems that the plan worked well, because his opponent was not very comfortable with that. It took him some time to adjust to a situation that he is not going to face e4, e5, some Rui Lopez, Jacobiano, Scotch, whatever, and instead he's playing white himself against Philidor. So sometimes it's a bit of a shock, and of course your mindset is slightly different at that moment. So clearly this was one of the ideas why Jobava went for this setup. He didn't want to engage in some kind of opening. Wow,
Yeah.
and what?
No, this was he took on f5. Oh, so he decided to sacrifice an exchange.
No, it's not a sacrifice even, because d5 is hanging with check.
No, wait, that's a fair point.
So he should start with bishop e6 first.
But okay, at the end, this is.
Then it will be a sacrifice.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was the idea, but
Queen g6, yeah.
Yeah, he starts with queen g6.
Forcing bishop e1, and
Yeah,
now
then maybe he can insert bishop takes h6.
you know I wanted to insert bishop d3, but maybe bishop
knight
e6 is
f8,
better.
I'm afraid. Knight f8 is a bit unpleasant. Now bishop h6 is, so bishop h6 is part, then bishop rook e7 is the only move, and
Now
rook takes e1.
Take, yeah, this looks
Or
pretty
you
good.
take on g7. No, but take on g1, take on e1.
Yeah.
Just take on e1. This looks okay. Knight f8
Knight
is
f8 will
probably
happen, yeah, but queen g3 though. Followed by bishop f4,
g3.
or where do you want to go?
No, but this is perfect for white.
Bishop
of course.
g5 is a
This-
threat, bishop f4.
This looks winning.
This
for
actually
white.
does look
Yes.
winning, yeah. I'm now very surprised if that's true. Let's see, board number, yeah. Yeah, it seems like after bishop g3, first move you think about is, at least I did, was rook e2 or bishop f2. But once you see queen f5, yeah. Maybe instead of, we checked bishop e6, which was a mistake. We have to check knight e7. That's the only
Knight
move.
e7. Knight
That's
e7
the
is a
only
better
move,
version.
yeah.
Yes. If queen g4, now black gets a preferable version, or
Yeah. I don't know why it's
Because there
preferable,
is-
but it is.
knight f5 probably.
Knight f5. Oh.
Because you protect the bishop suddenly.
Okay.
And this and the queen f5, and maybe there is some knight move, because d5 is still hanging, true, but maybe you can exchange the queens after knight f6. Well, in any case, it does seem that black didn't really calculate this perfectly, at least after queen f5. In case that he would expect queen f5, I would think that he would instantly play something like knight e7.
Except if he's my guy, which means guy for time troubles, then no, you don't play instantly. You think for 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so we still have 15 seconds to
to see.
and But in any case, it seems that the Jobaba is on
the right track here.
Yes, and I would bet that he's gonna win his game here.
Okay. Yeah,
And,
I think we can move on back to board number 1 to see. We left it for quite some time, hour and a half almost, and a lot of things had happened in the meantime.
Yes, we left somewhere around here, like move 9, and it seems that some developments were around. B5 happened. Actually, he didn't want to sit back and wait what's going to happen to him. So queen exchange rather quickly in the game, and bishop d6. So white did go for knight a3, brought his other guy to c4.
Yeah, white is now playing for a better pawn structure because a6 and c5 pawn, but okay, white did win a pawn, but black managed to develop somehow.
At least, but still just a pawn up, pawn down, and 2 bishops. Bishop goes to c3.
That looks quite comfortable.
This should be very good for white.
It looks very good.
It seems that also Jorden was very on spot with his preparation today, and he managed to hit Bennett in somewhere in the weak point of his repertoire, at least for today.
Yeah, he did.
Sure, he's gonna fix it. But it seems that he also is in control here and.
Comfortable, very, very comfortable for Jorden. And this pawn up and the bishop pair. If black doesn't manage to take advantage of either b2 or d3 weakness, which I don't think that he will, then there's just no way of holding this.
Doesn't seem to be likely because b2 is safely protected by a bishop, and bishop e5 really is a very nice consolidating move, and can't see much of a counterplay for black here.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to board 2. There were also some developments.
Yeah.
We left the game somewhere
It was
around
already an endgame,
exchanges.
Yeah.
Was it?
It left knight b3. We left
knight
it
b3,
at knight b3,
yes,
basically.
And black did try to avoid the exchanges at first.
But let's see, knight d2, okay.
Knight d2. Went to protect the pawn on a4. Didn't want to give it up for free. And bishop g3, e4, okay.
Now the things started to happen, because, this bishop on c7 can be a bit annoying to have to give up the bishop there.
Knight c4. So now we suddenly see the situation has changed quite rapidly. White has 2 bishops, a pair of bishops, but on the other hand, black is aiming. Well, is he?
Is he?
I'm not sure what if I do rook d4.
I don't know. Wait, no, we cannot. Wait. Okay, because of rook b1.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's take on b2. Let's see. And rook c8. We're gonna go b6. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. B6.
Go b6. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go b6, and you're saying, okay, this first.
Yeah, this is a move white could have missed, because actually suddenly a bishop takes e5 is not really possible, and suddenly the rook is not very comfortable. Where would you go? Like d6? Not really. d2? Moments ago it did seem that knight on b2 is trapped. Now I start to feel that the rook on d4 is trapped the other way, and knight c4.
Oh my.
It could, it may have been that white missed this. e5 this is a move.
I didn't see it, to be honest, so when you played it I was like, oh my, this is an extremely strong move, and it is very easy to miss.
No, of course I will claim that I did see that.
Yeah, totally. We both saw it, by the way.
Actually, the thing is that when we continued the line here, I did calculate at rook d4, and now I realize that I'm losing the knight, and after e5, suddenly, there is a great ability which I admire at these top players. They would always, after the game, they would always claim that they have seen everything.
Really?
Say like, oh yes, of course, but this it's
true,
quite obvious. So this is I will be trying to catch up a little bit here. But yeah, rook c8 and e5 is a motive which could have missed by white, and it seems that now he realized that was a bit of a problem.
He is thinking for 10 minutes already, so yeah, if he knew exactly what he wanted, he would have played it already. Yeah, I mean, now he's probably considering, okay, can I move rook e2? Does this help me with maybe bishop b1, bishop b3? But not really. Yeah. The knight is getting out.
Also, the problem with knight after knight takes b2 is that a pawn is becoming a big asset for black, and it starts running. So white has to come up with something.
Okay, let's go rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2 seems...
Because I don't think you can take knight b2 because of bishop b1. So you would start with something. Yeah,
can I start with rook c8
and
b6? So
I guess I have to play b6, yeah. I'm not happy with it, but okay. What to do?
Yeah. But also, can I target this one? No.
And you're gonna be a pawn up either way.
Also, the back rank is maybe a small issue.
That's correct. So I cannot go b6, which means I would have to move the bishop, let's say bishop f4, but yes, that...
then it will be pinned, and then knight takes b2, then it's not so effective anymore.
Nothing works, yeah.
And as we can see on the camera feed, it's white is not very comfortable, because he actually seemingly he was in control of the exchanges, and maybe even so he's slightly better here, but black did. Black's calculation seems to be precise, and the trick seems to be working with e5.
Yeah, so white will have to give up the pawn, that's 100% sure now. The question is, will white be able to compensate with the bishop pair? So to be active enough with the bishop pair to cause problems or not? The engine says it's not -1, it's minus 0.4, 0.5.
There should be some way, like something well engine-ish, like trying to not to rush with and to win the
knight. Can I tell you?
Yes.
So it is actually rook b1, rook c8, b6, e5, rook d5.
Rook d5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had to tell you because it's a beautiful move.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I didn't see that it's possible.
And black should go knight c4 now. You cannot really probably take on d5.
Rook c5, yeah.
Bishop d3 would say the engine, but maybe even that is okay. Yeah.
Oh, rook c5 is knight a3. I wanted to jump around and to take this one, but yeah, rook d5. But well, frankly, it's a very difficult move to see.
So hard.
And well, would be surprised if white
goes for it. I would be so happy if we saw that, though. If we saw that, I would be so happy.
It's interesting, yeah. Yeah, well, but I think that he is gonna take more of his time because it's an important moment. Rook d5.
Rook d5
is
very
a nice
beautiful
move.
move.
Yes,
Yeah,
I would consider that this would be a very good example for calculation and for the moves which don't look like possible. But okay, that's.
Good idea for your next book.
Not sure about the book, but examples are always welcome.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Let's see if Pavel Eljanov did manage to create some book examples here.
Looks good. Okay, how did we leave it around? So the beginning.
Gioco piano.
Yeah, it was Gioco piano, bishop a4. Like, I
bishop c2.
Oh,
okay. Wow. So it's more or less a classical position with tempo down for white.
It's crazy, yeah.
Interesting. And black went for knight h5. Probably it was not happy to play this position, even with like he maybe felt that tempo-wise it wouldn't be so bad, but knight h5 decided to go for a concrete play, wants to install his knight to f4, and queen comes to f6, but white went for a direct play, knight takes e5, solving the situation immediately.
Yeah.
The things got changed center, but suddenly it's white pieces which are aiming towards black king.
Yeah.
And another tactical.
Oof.
Uh,
Almost the queen is trapped, but thankfully we have the bishop.
and
the
we
pawn, yeah.
here we transpose to some endgame where two bishops. But a4 is a good move.
That's nice.
A4 is a very nice move. Well, first of all, it puts the pawn on a more protected spot than a2 is. But secondly, White's idea is just to bring
Wait.
rook e3 first.
Why did we have to go rook e3? Why not rook a3 immediately?
Yes, maybe.
Was there a trick somewhere?
Well, there are some tricks like bishop takes a3 and stuff.
Yeah, so you're saying after rook e8 takes and rook e1 is a big threat.
Oh,
And- but
White
okay,
is not
rook
losing a
G-
pawn, of course. You
yeah.
can go bishop takes h6.
Yeah.
But rook g3 is maybe even bishop g4.
Bishop
Yeah. Maybe he didn't want to engage with, he thought that rook
Let's
e3
not
is
do this,
just
yeah.
when the rook g3
But then he
is ready.
changed his mind.
No, but why
after
also
the
Black
weakness was
played
made,
h5 here? Because now also his rook is threatening to take on a5 as well.
Correct.
And the second one is coming to a3. Beautiful use of rook elevators, they call them sometimes.
Yeah, rook lifts, yeah.
Yeah.
Elevators, that's a very nice way.
Yeah.
Can we just take a moment to
H4.
see why didn't we take the pawn on a5? That was too passive probably when we have such activity, yeah?
Well, as Black did really want to, if Black really had to go h4,
Yeah.
then I could
Then it doesn't
actually
matter,
understand
yeah.
why he didn't take the pawn immediately. Also, now he can pick
Bishop G5
bishop
is
g5 is one of the options here. I mean, this looks overwhelming for White.
Doesn't really look these two bishops working. Just it's important, yeah. In case we do go rook a5 now, bishop h3 might come here though, because again rook e1 ideas are in this position, so we will not take it. I don't think so. No, you disagree?
No, I'm trying to calculate the line if because I'm not sure that it will be in time for this
Really?
check. You go king.
H8. Can I go to h8 or is that
H8 is not
ideal? Huh? It's not ideal. Huh?
Maybe king f8 is
Oh yeah, I was
possible.
trying to find not to get checkmated in case something like bishop a3 happens.
Okay, yes. But okay, at least at the moment it's not happening.
Sadly, yeah.
Yes. King f8 is possible. Yeah. But I wouldn't think that this is entirely playable anyway. But I did something else. Just rook f3.
Yeah, I just I don't think there was a need to take anything
This is
brutal.
so unpleasant for Black.
Yeah, now the threat could be bishop g5. The threat could potentially be bishop h6 in the future. Is there like some direct threat now though?
I think rook g5 check is.
Rook g5
Yeah.
looks like the ending
G5,
move if we
yes.
allow it.
So the knight on f6 is at the moment in a big danger, and we'll have to solve the situation of this bit. But
That
knight
means we have to move it,
b7.
yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight d7.
Knight 7. Knight d7, but maybe now it's the time to take. Or not
But
yet. Not
what
yet,
happens
huh?
after
First check.
Yes.
First check again. Now going to f8. No, now
I managed
this is.
to free up the square on a3.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the only way how you can deal with this. No,
I don't believe this.
I'm,
If this is the way to deal with it, then this is.
I'm afraid it is.
No.
I mean, the position is not very good for Black,
Yeah, that's
obviously.
true,
But also, can we squeeze something more
Okay.
from here? I'm not happy even with this with White. I would like a
More,
little
yeah.
more. I would more. Maybe this just take here now. Because I have bishop a3 check, like in and bishop h6 check.
Oh, bishop
so it's
h6,
sometimes appearing. No, this does look very bad for Black, and I don't see a realistic way to stay in the game. Maybe knight
knight
d5.
d5. Yeah,
knight
knight d5, and then after king f8, knight e7, yeah?
Even here, king e7, knight
Yeah,
e7.
yeah.
And you didn't like c5.
Wait, am I
Do you
doing
like this?
something? Am I?
No, I mean in principle. So if you like this,
I thought, okay. No, I don't like this. Of course,
No,
I hate it.
this-
I think Engine also hates it very much, if I'm correct. In fact, it is +4 almost, you know.
so this does look like close to game
But-
for black.
Knight d5 is the most preferred move.
Found the +4.
I know, but
Keeping the +4 move for black. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's completely
Staying
terrible.
in the game. But you know, yesterday we saw one of the cases when Kasper Bjorn managed to survive a very similar advantage by his opponent.
Yeah.
So, but this doesn't seem like a case. Yeah, this seems they are not going very well for Ragim Ramidegaev.
Really not.
Let's check on Nils Grandelius on board 4.
Let's go. It looks quite
Okay.
solid.
Yeah, but he's pawn up.
Oh, okay, so we left it around here and he
Yes.
played knight g5.
Knight
Okay.
G5.
He
Okay,
didn't
but
want to go for the exchanges, which allowed some weaknesses.
F5, yeah. F5 looks like a direct move, which Nils would really like to make. It's a bit of a strange play
Very
from
strange.
White.
Yeah.
It seems that he missed F5.
No, don't miss f5.
Oh,
I mean, you play knight g5, you see f5. It's the first move you think of.
I think there are not so many. You're right that there are not so many options for Black. Okay, G6 is also possible,
I will
but,
also check.
but F5 looks okay.
No, f5 looks like a very healthy move. Let me just see how long he thought after f5. Only 1 minute, so when,
Yeah, maybe he did, but did he really aim for this position with White?
yeah, that's a
So
good
having
question.
this and having an option to take on e5 or bishop g5, why maybe he just miscalculated something
Maybe.
here, and or so that f5 will be a big weakness.
Mhm.
But in fact, Black really developed some quick initiative here, and well, it should be still close to equal.
Mhm.
How did he lose this pawn actually?
Yeah,
Because,
what-
I'm quite curious how did this? Oh well,
There's no pawn
it's-
lost, no?
Oh, so sorry, I didn't see the pawn on b2,
Oh.
so I just didn't.
The break
see.
didn't help much.
Yeah,
we need
yeah,
another coffee, yeah?
Yeah, but then, okay, I will take a sip of water, but
Yeah,
not sure that it will help. So then, of course, the position is fairly balanced, and it seems that we are heading towards most likely a
Okay.
drawish outcome.
I mean, there is this same colored bishop, so in case of an end game, of course, it's not okay. It is equal, it is a draw, but Nils will of course try to reach an end game.
Many ways of
There's
trying,
many ways,
even
yeah.
if I don't even
Especially
know
with this pawn
how.
on b7 and c6, yeah.
I mean, White is going to play something like b4 shortly,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's just it could be only Black maybe actually who will be risking something
Okay,
here.
but
And
black will play f4, right?
now f4.
Yeah, I'll play f4.
Want to get rid of this pawn
And,
somehow.
and I want to make it double pawns in front of your king. I'll play f4. I don't know what I achieve with it, but I will play it, yeah?
Yeah,
I-
he does want to play something else. It seems, and he played king
King
f8,
f8.
preparing for an endgame. I think he
Okay.
offered or he did look like
Offer?
he would offer a draw. Do we have anti-drawish rules actually
Yeah,
here?
you got me now because I wanted to
man.
check exactly, but the regulations I only see are in French, so I would need to use my translator. Or no, I can say
You maybe if you wait for a while. I'm not sure. Of course, it seemed that the Nils did
30 moves for a
30
draw.
moves, so he
Mhm.
couldn't offer a draw.
And I read
mean,
it
he
in
could-
French.
Great. So actually, 30 moves are 30 moves in French as well. So
Yeah.
so it works.
There was
for
3-0,
French. So,
yeah?
Yeah. So 30 moves are universally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he could not offer a draw. It's
Yeah, he
move
could offer a
27.
I mean, it's not loud, but, but
It's a quiet draw.
Yeah,
offer, yeah.
no, he maybe just looked at his kind of looked a little bit resigned on
On any chances?
winning attempts.
Yeah.
Probably,
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, probably this is a silent draw offer in a way of, for instance, let's suggest a sample line.
Before. I like that.
Queen
And
E5,
then
Rook
check
E8,
and
and
Rook
technical.
E7.
Yeah,
That's a very
some
nice
kind of-
offer, actually.
Yeah, but well, of course, also for instance, if Black would suddenly change his mind and play something like this, it can also end up in a bit of a trouble after bishop h5. Yeah, bit annoying. But generally, I think that as we said, after I recovered the pawn on b2, then we stated that most likely this is gonna be a draw.
But what is not fine with giving the pawn, there is actually a b pawn up on board number 5 in the game I was most excited about, which is Santos versus Attila. So there the pawn count is correct. However, technical draw, yeah?
We ended up in theoretical endgame, which is I'm quite curious about the outcome of this because yes, of course, theoretically this should be holdable for Black. Okay, White is gonna bring his rook because only now he exchanged. Well, Black managed to keep the balance till now. He is a pawn down, but. It's a theoretical draw, but White's only chance is, of course, to put the rook on b8, then to push the pawn and run with the king. Black's best defense, theoretically, also is to, at some point, to push f6, g5, once the king is far enough here. But, of course, all this is great in theory, but when you play a practical game, and I believe that Kuru is a very young player.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He's very confident, as I saw when I saw him playing. But this is a position which requires quite a good technical knowledge. I mean, once you play enough chess in your life, these positions occur sooner or later.
You do it in your sleep, yeah?
But no, I have to say that, for instance, exactly this endgame, which is covered in all theoretical books, it goes to e7. Okay.
E7, okay. Let me see. Yeah, after b5.
No, it doesn't change the evaluation, of course.
By the way, if we go back a few moments, just wanted to ask you a technical question. Sure. White had an option to either keep the c pawn or the b pawn. Let's continue. After b5, yeah. So here, White could have taken on b5 and kept the c3 pawn, or he could have went like he did b7 and kept the b pawn. What does this matter at all, or where would you prefer?
I think the difference here is that. Okay, first of all, he did put. Well, it wasn't too big of a challenge here for Black to which pawn to to play this and to transpose to this endgame, and he repeatedly could do this. Yeah, he could actually take on b5 with a rook, but he decided to have a longer longer trip because King e7. I mean, once White pushes the pawn to b6. Black has to be careful with his king where he is, because after b7 suddenly all the motives is
available.
Yes, and I can't help myself, but generally the plan of defending these positions is first waiting, and then after the pawn appears on b7, then go f6, g5. But I don't know. Maybe nowadays youngsters know more effective stuff. Just wanted to tell you that your line appeared in Eljanov's game.
Oh my!
Yes!
I predicted something. That's nice. Yeah. Okay. So this game, I think we'll come back to it definitely, because Santos will try to win, obviously, and we're wondering if Attila is experienced or technical enough to hold this.
I've seen a couple of endgames he played last year in Croatian League, and there was some room to improvement. Let's see. Did he work? It seemed like there is some room to improve. Yeah. Let's check the next one. Well, first of course, this Rook's endgame, it's gonna last for a while.
Yeah.
We can consider also that they already made the time control, so they will have an extra half an hour So I think we will have enough time to get back here. And both players, they play quite quickly, so I do believe that that it's not gonna be as long as we could expect from such an endgame. So, well, first of all, it appeared quite quickly, well, relatively quickly compared to. So let's take a look at Maxime.
Yeah.
The situation did change a bit here.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, because we left after f6. Bishop d2. Well, this is quite uncommon actually for advanced French, but it says that White didn't have so many options. Probably
he didn't feel comfortable, probably in general, and at least he wanted to make a threat. Maybe c4 was the one that he wanted to push here, but Maxime didn't really care. He just took f takes c5, and after here just with c7.
Oh, isn't it transposed to queen h5? Queen h5. Well, it's an interesting idea because it. Well, first, what it. I thought that it forces Black to go g6.
Yeah,
but actually it doesn't.
Does. Why not? King g8? I want to go knight g6.
Yes, because bishop d3 is queen takes e5 check.
Yeah, that's true.
So there is no time for this.
But after f4?
Yeah, f4 castle. I'm not sure that g6, I necessarily need, but...
okay, maybe you're right.
He didn't really share this. And also, of course, we have to consider one more thing in here that White is, well, kind of in time trouble. It's 20 minutes.
Yes.
20 moves, I'm sorry, and he has only 11 and a half minutes on his clock. I would say that the position is quite okay for White. I wouldn't much of a wrong. Of course, h4 pawn is a bit vulnerable, but for example, that White has an option to solve things by playing knight e3.
Yeah, knight e3. Okay, don't know how much it actually solves. But also I don't know exactly how does Black want to continue.
Yeah, it's like queen e7, no? I mean, queen e7 is most likely this one.
Okay.
Queen e7 and putting some pressure on. He opted for knight e1 and knight goes to f3 clearly and g5. It's also a nice plan. But
yeah, in any case, you do expect queen e7 to happen, though?
I expect something like this to happen.
Oh, like that?
Yes.
Maxime style, yeah?
Actually, exactly, I would...
But do you think, okay, takes f takes, and what do you want to take on e5?
No,
I just want to play like that. Okay, take the material, huh?
Yes. Well, but maybe for... Well, e5 is gonna fall afterwards.
Okay, and what if I start with bishop takes f5 instead of taking g5?
I still
Does
can
it
go.
change much?
No, I still can start with this, I think.
Yeah. Okay, you can start with it, but... Yeah, even after queen g5, you probably have bishop e5. Yeah, this looks scary, actually.
I mean, this is the very first move which came to mind.
Really? No.
Yes.
Like...
Even when it's not... no.
It is my type of move as well, as much as probably yours, but I didn't think about it at all.
No, I have...
Maybe I have to look from the other side, Maybe if you switch the board.
Yes, maybe it is, but okay, you can see the live camera now from...
yeah, the change, of course. We can see Maxime now thinking it's his move, and he has like 30 minutes more than his opponent, which is very comfortable time. And g5, he's probably thinking about g5, yeah?
Doesn't look like that, yes. No, but also it's a move which... the thing is that g5, it crossed my mind even before knight e1. But there is a problem because after h takes g5, the rook on h1 is protected.
Yes.
And knight e1 is disrupting the harmony of the... Yeah, it's actually... The rook on h1 suddenly is hanging. And I think that such a good police player as Maxime is, he feels his little tactics very well.
Absolutely.
So I would believe that, I'm not 100% sure that g5 works, but it's extremely tempting. And considering his opponent's time at the moment, I think g5 is going to come as a big surprise for White.
Yeah, and especially, yeah, I think I agree. If g5 works, you play it, especially this bishop h5 being a huge threat. But, Maxime himself, when he has an option to take an exchange or give an exchange, he's on the side where he gives it. So I'm not sure if he would be happy taking it.
On the other hand, here it's really concrete. And actually, if we see the position after fg5, bishop h5, I don't even see a very suitable way for white to move the queen somewhere, because
let's say it's g2, yeah.
It's also h4 is hanging.
Yeah, but how do you want? Do you want to take it immediately? Yeah, maybe you want to take it immediately.
Yeah, because if you take on f5,
yeah.
I believe that simply is this. King takes d1, queen takes
and
e5.
I was hoping h5 would work.
Yeah, but it's maybe even go for a queen exchange here.
Yeah.
Or maybe,
I know, okay, let's not blunder.
Maybe this also is quite good.
I don't know. Queen g4.
It was a check, yeah? Queen e4, queen f4. No, queen e4 was good actually.
Queen e4, okay, knight f3, let's say. I go.
Queen b1, you're
Bishop
not concerned, yeah?
Nah, it's not my piece.
It's not.
That's not my game.
Not really concerned me.
Bishop
Be interesting, yeah. But wait, maybe after knight f3 I can use. I'm gonna try to open up a position a little more. Go d4. Because it will take some time to.
Yeah, you're right. H6 doesn't work.
Interesting. Yeah, it can be. Of course, he may take some time here to.
Yeah,
it's extremely tempting. Yeah, g5 does. It's not like it's necessarily the only move here for black.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game definitely after 91 can develop in a very interesting way, and we might come back when player with white pieces, so the Peruvian number 2 for Maxime, will be in time trouble. And can we just move on to but where's game, because we have some crazy stuff happening there. Trying to find which is the craziest game, and this might be the craziest one so far.
Yeah, this looks quite. So 97 happened.
Yeah, so it was the correct response by Uzbekistan chess player. Queen g4 takes, and knight f5. Oh, I think this was your
line. Yeah, more or less. But it seems like a logical.
And here, after queen d7, knight
bang,
d6.
Knight d6. What?
And now, and now we stop. Wait, was knight d6? Oh my god, knight d6 actually is on the board. I don't understand it.
Okay. Well, the idea is actually that d5
is hanging.
d5 is hanging with a check. But this looks like an extremely risky thing to do. I mean, knight d6. Just.
Yeah, let's adjust ourselves and put our thinking hats on, because okay, what if I do actually decide to, I don't know, move my bishop or play c6? I don't know what is better.
Yeah, e8 is also hanging.
That's correct.
Some stuff.
So
Knight d6 is a spectacular move, of course.
Wow.
Is this so clear?
Are you gonna go queen f7?
No, I want you to go just something like king h8. Queen f7. Queen f7 maybe right.
Queen f7?
Looks interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But okay, takes king h7, right?
Yeah, and g5. What does 2 pawns for an exchange, and you got this bishop wandering.
That's true. 2 pawns are enough. Yeah. Absolutely.
I have something better here.
Because this is supposed to be 0-0, I think. Wait, let me just double check, of course. Okay, at least before queen d7 it was 0-0. I'm not. Maybe queen d7 was a mistake, and I'm just gonna check on that. If that works, or maybe.
Maybe there is some bishop takes d2.
No, sorry. Actually, knight f8 was a mistake. Knight f6 was the only move for 0-0.
And now it's
+1, I think.
Okay.
Even knight d6 was actually the best move.
It's a good tactical vision from Jabava. A very nice move, a spectacular one, which makes Black's life, especially in approach and time trouble, quite uncomfortable. So now he is gonna end up in some position with 2 pawns for an exchange and a very unpleasant a pleasant endgame, most likely, where I would say that have very little chances to survive.
Yeah, this is very, very nice move. I'm pretty sure when Jobava played it, his opponent might have been a bit shocked. I would be, at least, to receive something like that. But yeah, Jobava just...
Jobava doing Jobava things.
Absolutely, yeah. So, okay, let's leave this position as it is, and we can move on maybe to Alice Lee versus Mendonca.
Exactly. What? Yeah, that's actually what
we were
thought
afraid of.
Yeah, what we thought that this is not gonna happen. So she did prove us wrong, and well,
Or did she?
Well, I mean, in the ways that we didn't see Queen A2.
Ah, yeah.
That's what I meant,
move.
and but yeah, leaving this knight, the poor guy on A4, doesn't really. It's like treating.
I just want to say that Pavel Eljanov did win his game against Remy de Graaf, so that was a very nice game by Pavel.
Yeah, I don't know. Leaving this knight on A4, treating animals like this is like nice. Don't
Poor
do
knight,
this.
poor horsey.
Yeah, like knight D1.
Oh
They go
my
knight
God.
D1 here. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. This is not what you want.
And we see also Alice next to Jobava, so Jobava probably feeling confident, and Alice next to him looks a bit shy, yeah?
Have you ever seen Jobava not feeling confident? Yes.
That's true. That's correct. But yeah, Alice, I think how could she allow this?
Yeah, well, somehow, whatever, that's where we discussed this shortly, that by elimination method, you would go knight c3. Even you don't like it, you just close your eyes and go knight c3.
Yeah.
And, yeah, well, queen a2, it feels wrong. And it seems that it is also. Knight d1? Okay, let's just check if knight d1. But white has no moves here. I mean, she cannot even move here. I mean, if maybe I can even afford bringing the knight somewhere, like, I don't know, which direction would you like to go?
Yeah, how can you improve it?
Okay, rook e1 is probably like some kind of side threat.
Mm-hmm.
But is it, in worst case, of course, knight c3 options are possible. Then I would have to take with rook, so no, I don't like it.
Wait, would you really or you take with a pawn? Are you afraid of rook e1, queen d3?
Yeah, then some rook d1 and stuff. Yeah, I don't want to allow this.
Yeah, that's to put away.
Queen is like,
Okay, but how? Yeah, if we go knight b6, rook e1, yeah. So this is not exactly the dream.
No, wait. Knight c3, b3, rook cannot move because f2 is hanging.
Oh yeah,
yes.
we both missed that. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and the rook, queen d1. Maybe this is the only way to try to hold, but somehow I'm not sure about knight
but I don't
c3
think
even.
this would hold because you just take and play rook b2 and this pawn on c3 is there forever.
I have a feeling there should be something even here.
Even here, yeah. We want something more. I agree. I want something more as well. Knight g3. No,
Knight g3 is rook e1. Yes, I saw the idea, but it doesn't seem to work properly yet. Maybe knight c3 actually. Yeah. I mean the knight, or maybe it's this. Maybe also this.
Okay.
Takes.
And basically saying rook cannot move, yeah? And the knight cannot move.
Your queen can move, but only to a1.
Oh my, okay, so we do.
And I can chase you back actually, and here you are.
You improve knight f6.
Like knight f6, e4.
That's all.
Yes, this is what this.
This might be the point, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
trouble.
doesn't seem.
Yeah.
She did knight d1.
Okay, so I guess we will see Mendonca's response quite fast. He must have expected this, and Alice looking away. She looks unhappy.
Yeah, well, honestly, I mean, if you have to bring your knight to d1, you want.
And and in the meantime, board number 14 has finished in a draw, even though we didn't expect this because this was a very dynamic game. It was Benjamin Defroy against
Vermont. Okay. Yeah, that was when we saw that that White has very good compensation here.
Comfortable compensation.
This.
But somehow, if I saw
still
correctly,
still think it's good for White, but.
I think here the engine would disagree.
Maybe
that Black already felt comfortable.
But he found some repetition here.
Okay.
Yeah, knight d2 and Mendonca's game is on the board. Knight takes d2 will
so nice.
Knight d2. Queen takes.
Queen takes, yeah.
Actually, rook c1 is a difficult threat.
Oh my.
But queen a1 solves it.
Yeah, for now.
But queen a1. Yeah, actually, I'm afraid that our line is gonna happen.
With rook a2?
Rook a2, queen
b1.
Queen b1, knight f6. And actually, White
can resign. Yeah, maybe we will actually.
This is unfortunately a time where it's not. We had this conversation. We had this discussion on proper resigning yesterday, but this seems like unfortunately more than the proper time after knight f6.
After
not that it's an only move which is winning.
No,
but
everything.
It's very natural.
Even if you play g5, you would win.
No, but there is e4 at least, so there is no need. I think that knight f6 is it's preventing White from e4, and
maybe
she would do e4 anyway. Still after.
Yeah, the engine says knight
e3 and hope for some something, but. All right, I think that this is maybe a little bit of one of those games where things are gonna escalate quite quickly. Shall we continue our tour of
Tour de
second round here?
Tour of
yes, Tour de France this year is not really interesting anymore.
For me it is.
Thanks to your guy, it's not.
Very interesting. I'm very excited for Pogacar to win every stage. Alps are coming, and Vingegaard can break Pogacar in the Alps, but let's hope he doesn't.
It doesn't look like anything. Of course, everything can happen. There are, many things.
Remco stopped the tour, for example. So yesterday, it was very difficult.
Incredible at the moment. It seems like Tour de France is going to be a side event in cases.
You should watch this instead.
Yeah, definitely. It's much more excitement.
Oh yeah.
The winner is not known yet, and so let's see what is going on. Probably wait.
Unuk did play knight f6, so Alice will probably try maybe for a few more moves, but I'm can assure resignation will happen.
A small update from Maxime.
Really?
Game. He didn't go for g5.
Okay.
Played bishop a4, which I didn't see at all.
Yep. Something I haven't seen either.
Bishop c2 takes. Well, we were probably too carried away with g5.
We
calculating
didn't see anything else.
Probably, you can. We can ask afterwards if g5 was not good. So let's check on Max Warmerdam. Not too much excitement here.
Maxime also focused on the camera, but we will let him think. He has more time, and he did exchange this bishop. So, like you said, Max Warmerdam.
Symmetrical position when we saw how in the opening he did, after bishop d6, he was considering his options. Did play c4 at the end. The move which I wasn't completely sure about. And black did push e5, knight d2, queen e7, and the game developed quite boringly.
Correct.
Sorry.
Okay, compared to Jobava's game, you can call this a boring game, but very technical, strategical.
Yeah,
nothing.
Doesn't really seem that White managed to to get anything special out of here. Seems like black is completely fine.
Yeah.
Maybe now he can even consider some knight d4 ideas. Just to make it. I mean, I want to make it a little bit interesting.
We want drama.
Yeah, something. We want blunders.
Yeah, we do want them.
Did I blunder? Okay, one or not?
I don't think. Even though actually this is. Where do we go to d7?
D7
Yeah.
thing is on the square.
And what now? Can we take rook e7, knight d5?
Nice.
More drama.
Queen e6.
Okay, knight c7, no? Or that doesn't
Yes,
work.
but
That's true,
pieces,
yeah. There are two pieces, yeah.
you can take on c8.
Oh, yeah, take on c8 actually. And
yeah, but then
knight
I will
d7
go king
again.
h7. Yes, it's
But you get a lot. Rook and two pieces, yeah?
maybe not enough as this d-con. Yeah, it's maybe not so
You
great.
think it's not so great.
Yeah.
Okay, correct. It's maybe
It's
a bit
flashy.
dramatic.
I don't really say
This
but
will
the
not
knight d4 is necessary by any means. But okay, well at least we tried to get something interesting here. Let's go to the next one. If okay,
Actually, you know what? Before time trouble begins, I think we should go on our last break before time trouble, because yesterday we forgot about it. I mean, I did. So I'm gonna remind you before we reach the time trouble moment, which will probably be soon. We should take a 10-minute break.
I agree. And guys, never forget to take your breaks, because then you will end up working in a row for many hours. So
And blundering.
breaks are very important.
Yeah, they are.
So
indeed.
we are.
See you
see you
soon in 10 minutes around.
Yeah.
When people around the world think of ripe, fresh, juicy fruit, our name comes to mind. Since Dole's start in the 1850s, we've made it our mission to make the world a healthier place. From tropical bananas marked with our iconic sticker to the sunny pineapples we're known for, we've become a trusted source for nutritious, colorful variety that tastes as good as it looks. From field to fork, we innovate with purpose and lead with our values: planet, produce, partnership, prosperity, communities, people, and health. The result is delicious and delightful. Brighter tables and futures for all. That's the Dole way.
And welcome back to round number 2 of Trophy Dole, which you could actually see all the varieties of fruit that Dole offers to us. So yes, they are our main sponsor of the tournament. However, chess is also
It's less sweet.
yeah, chess is also less sweet. That's maybe what I was trying to say. More bitter, these days, especially, as when we were on a break, we did have some fruit, we had some chocolate, we had some water, but in the meantime, Alice Lee did lose her game against Leon Madonkaluk. We did expect this to happen, so but yesterday also we saw Jorden with a banana on the first board, by the way. So,
We didn't check if it was a correct banana.
That's true. We should probably ask about that. However, I guess it does help if you do have some Dole fruits with you.
Yes, as Jordan is a player of a local club, so I would expect him to have no others than Dole banana.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would be allowed in playing. Let's see, however, what the action developed, because there are many boards still.
Get time trouble. For example, Nils is on 30 seconds, but it is an endgame. That is a drawn endgame.
Let's check on Nils quickly. Yes. Well, I think that the Nils was in full control of what was going on. I don't think that he's.
H5
is just blocking all White's ideas. He's just gonna sit back and wait until his opponent will accept the fact that the position is deadly drawn.
No chance. However, a chance in Jobava's game, his opponent from Uzbekistan, Bakrom, actually has 14 seconds right now, and he's probably thinking about resigning.
Yes, I think it's proper. Actually, talking about the proper time to resign, and we can see.
We just came.
And we can see Badur explaining what he saw during the game, most likely, and.
Well.
It's a very flashy game. Knight d6 was one of the highlights of the day.
Yeah,
till
absolutely.
Now. And we can see Yannick
also discussing the game,
yes, probably telling Badur what he missed.
That's what the grandmasters do in the free time, I guess. Joking on each other of bad moves.
No, but I think that overall the game was very interesting. It was psychologically. I think that we can take some lessons also from this game, because we could see Philidor is white. Yeah, Philidor is we have seen creative approach to opening preparation by Badur, but not only that. Of course, afterwards he also added very good calculation, and it seems that most of the game was correctly played by him. So.
And they're also discussing the game, which is very nice also from his opponent. Not everybody wants to discuss the game after a loss, and he probably wants to learn a thing or two from Jobava himself.
Yeah, of course, because this is also when you have a beautiful detail now on them, and maybe for next time we probably could have mini microphones next to the players, so we can also hear them. But of course, there is always room for improvement. So, but in any case, we are thankful for technical possibilities which this tournament is allows us as a commentator, so we can add not only pure chess content but also this which is maybe sometimes even more interesting. For me it was a big part of the game always to discuss the game and to see all the things. So maybe they will continue the analysis afterwards.
Yeah, outside, yeah.
It seems that rather will go for a smoke louder and they will discuss it there.
I mean, it's kind of unfair to discuss it in the playing hall because you should be quiet. You should not disturb other players. So yeah, Yubaba will probably go for a smoke while discussing the game. And another game that could finish very fast is Brandon Jacobson against Audi Ameya, because I see there's a piece missing somewhere. I don't
Piece is
know
missing.
what
Wait.
happened. Where?
In that support, no, okay, I got it.
Around 10, 9, 10.
Yes, you are completely right. It's easy when black has a pair of bishops and white has only one knight. Of course, there are some technical difficulties still because, of course, black has only 1 pawn left, but it should be enough to win.
I mean,
Let's take a quick look. That was an interestingly looking rouser.
Yep.
He went for your h4. No, rook b8, h4. Rook g1. Queen g2 was not played.
it was not really
yeah.
interesting.
Well, it's not that the queen g2 would definitely be the most obvious move in the position, and I'm not even sure if it was a good one. But
but it looks like a natural one because you do put some diagonal pressure on the king.
I definitely like Queen G2 more than Rook G1. But let's see what happened. Okay, Knight E2. Well, some activity here.
So
And we can see that black actually managed to, by opening this. And here he went for a concrete move E5, which positionally may not be great, but it seems that it's just working tactically.
Yeah.
He just managed to displace white's pieces, and d5, a nice move, winning some material here.
Mm-hmm.
That's how this
this
happened. It may have missed bishop c5 here, because otherwise it looks like white has a double threat of d6 and bishop takes e2, and maybe bishop c5. That's a move which is possible to miss. And white, of course, still plays on because it's not.
Yeah, we saw yesterday what can happen.
Oh yeah, yeah. Compared to yesterday's Piron's games, this is just a draw.
This is theoretical draw for Kasper Piron.
Yeah, but generally, we objectively we think that now black is gonna take his time to see how he converts the advantage in the most precise way.
Absolutely.
Right, black should be winning here.
Definitely a game that I think that Brandon will manage to convert. But then next to them, you can see on camera, you have two youngsters. We did check their game, Sava Vetokhin versus Ilian Schneider. And I see there's queen on a8 somehow.
Yes.
And I'm just curious what is happening there.
Let's, well, we can jump to the final position
yeah,
first.
That's fine, yeah, because there are people that are going to be
and
time trouble.
True. Actually, time trouble for black is imminent here because he is down to 1 minute. 29 moves made. White is, well, we can see that black knight is still on b8. Didn't leave the initial position. What is going on here? Just a second. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
why
that's my point.
why can't we take on a5? Yes.
Okay.
Question answered by Schneider.
Yeah.
Took the pawn.
And is it just a healthy pawn or
Queen e4 check, king g8.
For example, yeah.
Yes.
And after that, what's the plan? I don't see exactly direct plan. I think king f1.
Yeah, let's just go. Just go a couple of moves back. Well, at some point we can see that pushing this a5 may also backfire a little because it's hanging there. Oh, but this is a really perfect perfect matchup because both of them they look at each other
all the time.
yeah, so it's good when you are down to 1 minute and still have time to check on your opponent. And yeah, King H8 now.
King H8 are now on the board, and now where are our pawns? We just lost a pawn for no reason, or do we have some
I think
compensation?
that's something
Queen
like
B7?
Queen B7 or Queen
A8.
A8 is gonna happen, yeah.
Because you have some threats of Knight D7, you're saying, or something.
Want to keep your knight B8, yeah, like
Deactivated.
yeah, somehow to keep it under. I wouldn't go to H8, however. I don't know why did he pick H8.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
yeah, I mean it
F7
gives
is now
some
with-
F7 tempos. So
Yeah, like Knight E5
maybe
immediately.
Knight E5
even,
even,
yeah.
but Queen C7 is gonna happen after Knight E5, I think. That's,
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Cannot really say
But
anything against that.
still King G8. I say, but maybe
Also, Queen B5 is a check with protecting everything, you know?
now I understand why actually he did King
Uh-huh.
H8 and not G8.
Yeah.
Because knight takes E6 was White's idea probably at some point. Maybe not immediately, but knight takes E6. So he
Okay.
wanted to avoid any knight takes E6 ideas. Sorry.
Yeah. Very nice idea to play knight E6, I agree. So King H8 making sense. But now I think Sava wants to move the knight. If I saw correctly, he was almost touching the C5 knight.
Yeah, it seems like that
He wants to go knight B7, you think? Nah.
Knight
I don't
B7
think so,
doesn't
no.
really. No, that
Not
strike
appealing
me
to
as a good move. But
I think that this proves that king on F1 is not a great king. The king was better on G1.
yeah, strange decision to go King F1. I don't
Prefer
really.
it on G2 even, no?
I mean, did he want to move the king from
G1
eventual
yeah.
bishop takes
He
G3?
was-
But
yeah,
this looks very strange.
very strange.
I mean, H5 would that I would understand. For instance,
Yeah.
a move like H5, but King F1,
A bit dubious.
very strange idea. But
But okay.
okay,
what
let's
to
say
do?
that doesn't seem that White has anything very direct here, and then it means that Black is doing fine
Yeah,
despite this shortage of time.
absolutely. In the meantime, you can check on Maxime because I think his game currently is the most dramatic given the pawn structure and the pieces.
Yes, interesting. Some things changed seriously here.
Some things definitely did change after this exchange of the white squared bishops. Bishop F8. Okay.
Bishop improved his bishop to E7. Logical, yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
Rook H3 and Queen C6. Just preparing a D4 idea with
I just played it.
White tried to prevent at least Queen E4 checks. And
Doing
after
his best.
D4, the knight G5. Oh, wow, now the knight on F5 is just
Beautiful.
dominating, of course.
And just going C4, and this is the current live position. Okay, Maxime was actually 30 minutes up here before, but now there's only 4-minute difference. Move 30, so both of them will be in time trouble, I assume.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I think now White Black has to calculate some options. I like C takes B3.
Okay, C takes B3.
Yes.
Takes. I'm trying to see what are you trying to threaten.
This.
Knight E3. Oh, that's actually cute. Because after Bishop E3, there would be Queen C3.
Yes.
So.
You check it. That's
yeah.
why I started with CB3.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not sure. Well, partly it's a psychological move because I didn't really. Well, White can start with some moves like Rook takes H8.
You could do it, but what does that do really?
Well, at least the Rook is not going to be hanging after Knight E3. But there is also Rook H2 idea. Yeah, I'm not sure that this is helping too much.
I don't. Yeah.
But yeah, probably a bit. Well, I don't know how much Knight E3 is a problem.
Yeah, because there is Queen F3. I'm thinking about now.
Queen F3, but then I can do this.
Okay, takes.
And this.
Takes.
And this.
Okay.
King C2.
King C2
You're
though.
holding on. But wait. Should I do this? Maybe Rook D3 is better.
Oh, rook d3.
Check, king c7, check.
b6.
Yeah. Something like this.
But
Maybe there is bishop.
yeah, bishop
Bishop
a5.
a5.
Yeah,
But
bishop
then I will
a5.
go back, yeah. So
No,
what's
okay,
going
let's
on?
do it, yeah.
Yes, let's try to
Bishop a5.
make it
and
work. This, and you want to
Rook
go
c1,
rook
yeah.
c1. Well, first I have rook takes b3 here, but maybe I start with this.
Ooh.
First.
Ooh.
Many tricks. So knight is a dangerous thing.
Wow.
It can jump all around. So this looks very tempting, but on the other hand, it requires a good calculation here, because also in the case something goes wrong, you can also end up losing some material yourself. But this looks like a very interesting direction. I'm not sure if
You can see Maxime also thinking. He doesn't look too nervous. I think he also looks quite confident. He just is calculating the way to make this into a win. But
yeah, there are several options. Actually, even even knight e3 straight away looks to be possible theoretically.
yeah, oh my god.
My idea is this d3. Can this be working?
Takes, yeah. Are you forcing me to take?
No, then cb3. I think that it's not going to be survivable after with d3 there.
Yeah. So king
I
a1.
should go somewhere here, and then probably just take and cb3. Smart thing.
What is this?
Because
What is this?
because the idea is that if you do this, then I probably have queen a6, queen d3 check, and
I
I don't know, but maybe it's not a mate.
Maybe there's no mate.
I did like this cb3 line better here.
Okay,
Yeah.
why to sacrifice a piece? Yeah.
I don't know. But
I mean, it looks fun, but
yeah, cb3 looks like a better option to me.
yeah.
I mean, it looks like more natural, but maybe there is even something else. But
Yeah, actually, I can maybe check to see if knight e3 is actually 0-0, because after
Directly,
d3 king c. Oh, actually, engine is changing his mind.
all right. So knight d3 is
So
also
knight
possible.
knight e3 is actually winning. So sacrificing a piece would be winning.
And cb3 is not. cb3 is not good enough.
Also winning. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's more simple to play cb3. Yeah. Why to sacrifice?
Yes, it's more human, I would say.
Absolutely. And by the way, I want to say that Nils Grandelius on board number 3, or board number 4, sorry, he, on move 40, he played a losing move. But his opponent didn't take advantage of it. So let's go to move number 40. I think it is a losing move when you play bishop e6.
Here?
Sorry, there was move 39 then. Or
39.
bishop e6. I think after bishop e6, bishop f3. Apparently, theoretically,
And
don't know how. Or maybe the engine is
that
just wrong.
That would be surprising, but
Maybe
everything
the
can
engine
happen.
was just completely wrong. Okay. The point was that you, for example, go bishop g2,
Bishop d5
d8.
idea.
Okay, so they just agreed on a draw,
Yeah.
which is fair. But okay, maybe the engine just misevaluated because it's an endgame.
It's very strange. I mean, I would be very surprised that this would be winning somehow for white, but everything is possible, of course.
Yeah, with these engines, you never know.
Yeah,
but
sometimes
somehow
they
does not
don't
look
have
like
enough
it.
time to evaluate stuff, and they just see a positional advantage. And
Yeah, because engine did say like almost +2 or something.
Oh, sure,
yeah, yeah, he did say a +2 with 30 moves depth. But again, like +2 in this endgame, I
the
don't think it's really
winning plan.
1.5. I don't know.
Hard
Bishop
to say.
d2, bishop d1. There should
No,
be a
but he
winning
keeps
plan,
an
yeah?
advantage. Yeah, I don't think that this can be winnable.
Okay, so
anything
very
like
fair
this.
draw.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it seems that it was logical that it ended up peacefully. So, don't
But
say.
what is happening on board number 5 between Jaime Santos and Attila? Is this peaceful with the pawn on b7?
Yeah, well, actually, White did what is the best possibility here. Now black has to calculate a bit.
Yeah, so we did win pawn f2, but that means that we let the rook out from b8 to c7. But is this enough to win
Shouldn't
this?
be.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Shouldn't be, but if king e6. Well, let's say if play like just like this.
Yeah.
King c1. I go to. Oops, no,
b6,
no, I didn't want to.
b5, not b6. Yeah.
I can go to b6 though, even because
Yeah,
rook
that's true,
c6
you
is
could
not
go,
is not a threat.
But after king d2, then you know that it would be, yeah.
King d2 is already making threats, and maybe you could go to b5, and maybe it doesn't make difference. And I think it's time for f6, g5.
And after, g5, I go king c4. Yeah, we go further.
I think it should be in time, but you never know.
Since you never know this, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
You can hope.
should be pretty much in time. Can I change you to b8 first, and
Yeah,
then to
I
do
think so.
that?
No, maybe not, right?
No, maybe I wouldn't need this. And just go here and just.
And after rook
just
c8, just going f3.
No, the first I would. My idea was first to chase you.
Ah, yeah, you
to
can now
c8.
check me to.
Check. Yeah, you can go.
I will go to c7.
You can go to c7, but then I'm quite happy with your king on c7. This should be okay. This should be a draw, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. Of course, it requires some calculation from black because you are starting seeing ghosts at this point of the game, and you don't want to blunder anything. We haven't been on board 1 for a while.
Let's go.
Because we did assume that conversion would go smoothly, but
It's
it does take some time. And wow.
What is this pawn doing on a3? That
a3 is a nice trick. The point is that after b takes a3, there is rook c6. It's a double attack.
And you...
Checks the double attacks always. And bishop d4, ed4 is a check.
Yeah, that's
suddenly
nasty.
It's not. Well, suddenly black is winning a piece. So b takes a3 is not exactly a good option.
And
but you don't want to allow the pawn to go to a2, right?
No. Please,
this is not really.
I think Jorden went wrong at some point. I think he just missed a3.
Oh, I'm sure he missed a3, but
actually, black is better.
Incredible! It's quite incredible, such a turnaround. Because this seems like well, let's just quickly check how did this happen. Because black did exchange the knights. All right, that's not anything we couldn't expect here. And the technical part, everything is okay. Black is just black is just holding on in the game. But
look at Jorden just nodding.
I mean, he understood that something is wrong, really.
And
of course, a3 is not a move you want to blunder, and it was
so bishop c8 was the move. So bishop c8 was the move where it all went wrong. Move 40 exactly, but he had 12 minutes or 15 even.
Yeah.
But why would you play bishop c8 though? What
did to bring the bishop to d5, I guess.
To d5.
Well, make. I mean, logically, it makes sense. He wanted to improve his bishop because otherwise, it's not so clear how do you immediately improve your position. I mean, it is good, of course. You are a pawn up. Black is just holding his ground, but not. Yeah, but this is a blunder, and black didn't miss his chance.
No, that was very quick response by Bennett. Like you said, he can actually play very, very well, especially, from Bundesliga in Germany. And he's proving his point. He's fighting, and now a3.
Suddenly, that's how the modern chess is about. You need to, on one side, we can see that Van Foreest was converting. It seemed that he is converting his advantage slowly but steadily. But this was a miss, and they definitely blundered the trick from black. And actually, the most important at this point is, of course, not to panic and to just
Stay calm and calculate if
calm as
bishop
possible.
b7 still works. What happens if I take anyway? Do I get enough pawns to win the endgame with 3 against a piece? But the pawns are too far apart. Yeah.
But it's already white who will be fighting for a draw maybe there,
Terrible.
after ba3 and but I have a feeling that it may be white's best option at the moment because
There are only two good responses
good.
here.
Okay, 2 are quite
One of
good.
them is b takes a3, and the other one is still going bishop b7.
Bishop b7 and
Yeah.
a2 is
I think rook d1, right?
rook d1. No, rook d1 is not possible. I think. It's
Oh,
just-
knight c2.
Yeah, you have to go something like b4.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe like that. Yeah. b4, that's correct.
b4, and the point is that after knight b3, you still have bishop d5 check.
Yes.
And
yes.
this is going to be a maybe a
draw,
draw.
maybe,
Yes.
yeah.
No.
I think the engine says instead of a2 knight b3 immediately to stop
Uh-huh.
before, if I saw it correctly,
Oh.
which is
Knight
a bit
b3.
annoying.
Knight b3. Okay.
And this is all I saw.
But
I
this
don't know.
maybe is also a drawish game. Check and a2 here, because if you really want
Yeah.
to stop me from playing b4 effectively,
Yeah.
we'll need to do this, and probably this endgame can be evaluated as
Okay.
close to a draw. Yeah. Maybe
Uh-huh.
maybe he's just not really getting close to this.
Mhm.
But let's leave thinking because I made the time
Yes.
control,
Yes.
and we can go quickly to some action on Maxime's board
Let's
because he is there is a big time trouble coming up.
That was a quick movement by our cameraman at the end, doing great job. Even I was shocked.
Yeah, that's.
Oof.
So let's see what happened after king b2.
Yeah.
Maxime did opt for rook c8, which is a slower way of improving his position. Rook e2, rook d8, and we can see that it's actually Maxime who is in time trouble now. I mean, he has 30 seconds, 30
moves,
plus,
yeah.
6 moves, but the position.
Can be on for both sides, both edged, yeah.
And it should be still very good for black, I would assume. But on the other hand, we did see a direct
Okay, quick response.
knight e3. Finally, the idea is there.
So yeah, in case of bishop takes c3, are we taking on
Takes
c3? Yeah, it should be
Okay,
working.
no,
Or
why is
after
it so
king c2. Bishop queen d2.
No, there's queen d3, but I would say that this is a crucial line. This because white suddenly has rook a4 idea.
rook
So
a4.
if he does hope for c2, maybe, but it gives white some time to consolidate, probably.
Wow. Okay, this is dramatic. Yeah, we should definitely stay here. Or are
Bishop
they in
c1,
trouble?
king b2, well, rook d3.
Yeah, bishop c1.
Bishop c1 looks quite solid.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know. Well, what?
Maybe he wants to take rook c3.
Rook c3.
after bishop
Rook
e3.
c3.
Yeah?
Yes.
More.
That's what
dominating.
was not possible before.
When the queen was still
so
on the
maybe what does white doesn't have a big choice. He probably has to sacrifice an exchange now anyway, like rook h2 e3.
You don't think I could survive after queen g1?
Queen g1, knight c4 check. Knight-
And I would
knights-
lose the
knights-
after in the end, yeah?
Knights are terrible.
Yeah, knights are terrible. Yeah, so I have to take on e3 with the rook, and then that should be enough for Maxime to...
Well, but it still
It's
would
not,
require. It's not so easy because
so easy.
actually once white bishop gets to d4 and he manages to block the position a bit. But at the moment the rook is quite weird here, so maybe some queen c6.
You're going to c6. I was thinking more about d3, yeah?
I have a concrete idea here.
Okay,
I have a direct here
that's
because you don't have. You cannot
yes.
go bishop d4 because a rook takes d4.
Yes. And by the way, this line is actually on the board right now. I think we will see bishop d3. Rook d4. That's cute.
Yeah, so this look. Queen c6 looks like a typical time trouble move.
Yeah.
If but maybe there is queen c2.
Queen c2 is probably the best way to hold, but I mean, yeah, worst case, you could probably still go rook d5 or rook h8, right? Maybe
Yeah,
rook
but
h8,
once white gets his bishop to d4, it may not be so easy because also this g6 is a little bit vulnerable. So, once you go there, I will move the rook to e2, and
Okay,
it
then-
may still
then you go
be a
rook h8.
little more complicated than it looks like at
Yeah,
first.
yeah,
But
you're right.
can there be a direct way?
Rook d1 or
rook
something?
takes c3, like
Oh, rook
super direct. Yes.
Okay,
This is
I
the
like
position,
it,
right?
actually. This is the
Rook
position.
c3, yes.
Takes rook d3, yeah? King c2, queen b3 checkmate.
Just mate, yeah, more or
So
less.
this works, let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, then rook c3.
Okay, Maxime is thinking, is he gonna play it? No, he's thinking about rook d3
Wait,
on the board. Why didn't rook c3 work?
I have an explanation, but because he didn't see it. I mean, he didn't see the move physically
You
because
think
otherwise,
he
once
was,
you
yeah,
attempt it,
yeah, because he's in trouble, yeah?
I don't see anything wrong with rook takes c3.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
check myself in case rook takes c3 was in fact mate in 17.
17.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite long. I like bishop a7.
Because of bishop
and
a7,
stuff.
yeah.
That's it. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
but,
so
it
c3
seems
was-
like maybe rook d3 is also winning.
It is, but bishop d4, right?
Yeah, it will take some
Okay.
time. Yeah, it's not exactly. I mean, if you can finish off the game quickly, then there's no need to complicate matters.
Wow, okay, so Maxime had a way to checkmate his opponent with rook c3, but in time trouble he just missed it.
Yeah, rook d3 is a little bit less accurate, I would say, but well, maybe still very good, but of course.
Oh my, okay, so do we have any games in time trouble? A lot of them have finished, by the way, but we could maybe stay here a bit longer because they are in the worst time trouble. Anything else is not that crazy. Maybe Aydin Suleimani, but the game is. The position is.
Well,
balanced.
I think that the guys here will be done with the time trouble quite quickly.
Yes.
Because they don't have so much time, and also they have very few moves till the time
Absolutely.
control, so it doesn't really need to
Yeah, let's stay
last
here.
long. And
Absolutely, let's stay here, and then we will some the queen c6. Yes, after bishop d4.
still, yes, rook c3, good old rook c3 is there. But queen e2 or
Queen c2, queen e2. Yeah.
no, queen e2 has to go
Queen
because
E2.
queen e4 is hanging, and well.
And you're saying rook takes d4 is not good enough?
No. I
Why not?
didn't see rook d4.
I win after rook
Yes.
d4, yeah?
It's funny. It's the same
Yeah.
move. Yeah, like
It was
and I
you.
suggested it myself. Yes. Yeah. Well.
It was you.
Yeah. No, but then it is very difficult for white to move because actually rook takes d4 is a threat now, and
Absolutely.
I don't even see how.
No, queen c2, like you said. No,
Yeah,
so
but it's a
queen
e4 is
c2,
hanging
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
Rook g2 is probably the only way. No.
Rook e2?
Rook e2. Sorry. Rook
Okay.
e2. Rook e2. But this should be
Let's see.
lost. Yeah.
Queen
H1,
h1,
but
the
this is
board,
not-
which is resignation after, I think, rook d4, rook c3. Yeah.
But at least he covered c1
some squares,
square.
that's
Yeah.
correct.
But
He tried.
this is not really gonna help.
Yeah, look at Maxime now, seeing that he can take something.
Rook d2 check is possible.
Oh,
to
even rook
insert also.
d2. Oof, rook
No,
c3,
this is, rook d2 is quite good.
Rook d2, and after rook b1. Okay, so let's see.
I think he's gonna do
make...
rook d2
yeah,
check,
yeah,
and
also get the 30 seconds.
no, I think white has no moves. With queen b1 is queen a6 and just mate.
Aha, that's how you made me.
Yeah,
Queen
and after
a6.
king c1 is rook takes d4.
Oh.
Finally, so
Oof.
we're gonna be
We will look at resignation
Yes.
immediately almost.
Yep, yeah, it seems that it's. Well, also there is an additional problem for white, which is just of a positional nature. Rook e2. I mean, queen a6 is good enough. Rook e2 is very good also. I don't even know what is better now. I mean, both moves win on the spot.
Yeah. You
What's
can
your
pick
guess?
Queen a6?
I'm going for rook e2.
Okay. Let's see if me and Maxime think alike. I guess we do.
Queen A6,
Okay.
good, yeah.
That's
I mean, both of the moves, to be fair,
Everything's winning.
both moves are winning, and I'm not even
Queen
sure.
A6 is
Not
beautiful.
even sure if I wouldn't go for Queen A6 myself.
Yeah,
in
in the
the
game, I think when you see this
looks
check
like
on
very
A2,
good,
you
yeah.
go for it. So yeah, that's actually. Let's see if
On
he's
the
gonna
sit-
resign immediately.
Yeah, I guess so. It's move 40, but White doesn't really have.
Oh.
Bishop A7. Yes. King A8.
Okay. Okay, you could take.
Queen takes A7.
Queen takes A7.
Takes. Go King
No
A8.
need for anything.
Yes.
Rook A4. You think he's gonna play Rook A4 or
No,
resign? Yeah,
no.
resign. Oh, okay.
Except it was the last trick. So, nice game by Maxime.
Yeah.
We may not tell him about forced wins or it's
Of
up
Rook
to you.
C3 now. I will not say it. He will check himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be here for much longer than he is, so he will definitely already analyze his game. But very nice win. I hope he's
Yes,
gonna
and
be
yeah, most likely we'll be looking forward tomorrow's pairing if there is any other Peruvian player left on 2 out of 2 to play Maxime. Quick update on board 1.
Yes.
Jorden
go
went
for it.
for Bishop B7.
He did go for Bishop
One of
B7.
the moves.
And because now all of the players already passed the time control, I would just like to sum up some of the results. For example, okay, we saw Nils did draw against Mohamed. Jaime Santos and Attila Kuru, in the meanwhile, they did make a draw in the rook end game with a pawn up. No, it was not pawn up anymore. And then on the few last boards, Sava versus Schneider was actually a draw. The game with Queen A8 and pawn sacrifice. And also board 13, Almas Rakhmutalev from Uzbekistan drew against Ido Korstein.
That was the game when he got an extra pawn, but we didn't know if he has enough compensations there. I mean, so probably board number 2.
Let's Jorden, we saw Bishop B7, so let's go to board number 2. We haven't seen it in a long time.
Yes, we found this idea with E5 here, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And White did find that as well.
Oh no.
And he played Rook D3.
Oh, I was hoping to see Rook D5 in the game. It was so beautiful.
Well, you know, Rook C8, B6, and Knight takes B2 happened. And we got a slightly different version of this.
Yeah, it's slightly different, yeah, but now the knight is out, yeah.
And Knight had to go to G6.
Oof.
Well, that doesn't really look so logical, but okay, let's quickly go through the Knight takes C7. That's a brave decision. I mean, I would be very concerned to have White pawn on C7.
Yeah, and he does still have it on C7. I'm just also looking through it my engine to see if there were not many blunders. Liang, I wonder, I have to say, he was better when he took the pawn, but it seems like that play with the white pieces, so Varshny with the bishop pair, at the end, this is, he managed to make a +1.
Oh.
However, bishop takes C6 was
not correct. Huh?
was not the correct response, exactly. The way to play was F4, Rook C1, E5, basically keeping more pressure on the board, and once you take bishop C6, now this is a draw after Rook F8.
Okay, but is it so easy?
Maybe it's not so easy, but I guess A4 is coming, right?
No, I mean, he has to protect an F7 pawn. I guess that Rook F8 is forced.
It is forced, I don't think.
Anything,
Yeah.
But actually, White can wait until you go A4, A3, and then queens,
Promote, yeah?
and then take on A3. So maybe just go and collect this H4
Yeah.
pawn with a king.
King H3.
My feeling was also that this should be a round draw rather than anything else. But of course, there are still some play. On. Let's check what else do we have.
We have Max Varmerdam still playing, I think board number 6, if I'm correct.
Okay. He improved his position, actually. I mean, we
did,
did. Yeah, but I would still think that it's very close to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Of course,
I
a
mean,
good
knight
effort.
d5 looks very pretty, but that's all, to be honest. Rook f8 on the board by Lian. I wonder.
Okay, rook d3. Now the threat is rook d8. Well, let's quickly check.
Let's go back,
there.
yeah, because this is
And it may be also here actually the draw is very close because well,
after
one of the
rook
ways to
c8,
treat
no?
these rooks.
Rook ac8.
A8, but then I go for this pawn.
And then you go for the pawn.
We don't want to go. You go back.
Yeah.
You go back. I go back.
And then,
Yeah.
then we have a draw.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that something like a repetition like this may easily happen soon, because it doesn't seem that black has many options how to play for a win here. So yes, let's see. Let's get back to Max.
Let's go.
And okay, Max managed to improve his structure on both kings and queen side, but will it be enough? Somehow I'm not really sure because on the other hand he weakened some squares, so knight c6, knight d4 should be considered. Maybe bishop e3 is gonna do in order to restrict black bishop. It's slightly annoying for black.
Yeah,
I think that he still has to show some technique to survive this, but should be close to a draw anyway. The game which we left.
Yes, let's go for this one. And rook fc8 is on the board, allowing rook d8 to happen, but it doesn't do much.
No, rook d8 is not threatening much. I think rook f3
would be
and rook
draw.
f8 is gonna happen.
Yeah,
and,
correct.
We see the repetition, and I think both players are already content with the draw, and we see a handshake.
Yeah.
So we were correct in our prediction. Strangely enough, supported by an engine.
Yes, so we had no help. No.
With this,
it was all us.
We are both extremely strong with engine. We are almost unbeatable, I think.
Yeah,
So,
I think so too.
let's check on the game which we had for a short time. It's opening,
Let's go.
and then we left them for good, poor guys, because we had much more interesting things to check on, and probably we were right because we had the pure positional battle. If black player with 2600 rating, he wanted to have some shot at on winning this game. Didn't really materialize, it seems, because for most of the game it seems that white was skipping.
Okay, I mean, there's
Control.
B2 weakness, there's now some weaknesses there and there. There's some hope.
Well,
Or
there's
maybe
always a
not.
hope, of course, but I don't think that
He
black.
can actually do anything. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yes.
Offering a choice himself, yeah.
Well,
You're
it
right.
seems that now both players they may be content with repetition.
Yeah.
I
we have
guess
them on
that
the screen. You think they're gonna be a repetition, yeah?
Black's play last couple of moves was suggesting
Very positive.
that he doesn't really have actually he doesn't really have any improvement plans, and
Even if he tried,
it's more like white could still consider some ideas, but it also seems that white is not really rushing anything here, and I would expect a draw here to happen.
I think the
very
players
soon.
are already looking at the score sheet, and Suleiman is still maybe trying to find one more option, but I don't think so. Yeah, like you said,
And white is better.
white is better. Yeah,
I think white
Yeah, I
is better.
think
Yeah,
so too. Let's
so it seems that,
actually-
of course, it's up to him if he wants to
Okay,
to
it's actually
continue the
equal.
game.
Actually,
Maybe,
it's
but
equal.
I mean, it seems like the white has white can pick if he wants to play on this, and black's last 4 or 5 moves suggested that he's just waiting. If white decides to go crazy and to blunder something, but white also suggests that he, by repeating moves, that he is not really going to do anything in that direction and not gonna make black happy.
Absolutely. And while we were discussing this draw, there was Jorden sacrificed an exchange.
Okay.
Or did he blunder it?
Well, I think that A3 was what he blundered, but let's see what happened afterwards.
Like we said,
Didn't my
93.
line? Okay. Okay.
First,
A bit
yeah.
takes. Yeah. My idea was Bishop D5. I suggested Bishop D5.
Yeah. Where we thought this would be a draw.
Yeah, and instead he went for this version of the events, where he also sacrificed some material, but it was an exchange.
Yeah.
Maybe also a way to.
It is
play this.
also.
It can be a draw as well. Yeah, I think.
I mean, if somebody's better, it's black, of course, but.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Just is gonna happen, and it doesn't seem that white can do better than a draw here, but maybe black is also not going to win this.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Jorden might himself from A3 blunder
E3 is
on the board.
or Bishop D5
Uh-huh.
check quickly, so we just misplacing the king H7.
Yeah, I can get 7, for example. Are we taking on E5?
Or
not
no,
yet?
I didn't. Well, I wanted to go king B3 rather than king and pushing A4.
So King B3, Bishop D3, you would still push.
Yeah, I wanted to push the pawn because
Actually, on the board immediately.
yes, but I'm not sure about Bishop D3 if he will play immediately that, but
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I would have to calculate if that's good enough, actually, but
it's very far.
it is very far, yeah.
Yes.
So Bishop D3, A4, takes, A5, yeah?
Mhm.
And the question is, how do I get my rook out to protect anything? Maybe
It'll take some time.
I'm gonna take some time. I have to go rook E3, rook D3, rook D8.
Yeah, but then meanwhile I will collect on E5 and put the bishop to B8.
Yep. Okay, actually not
Can
so
also be. No, well, at the moment, white doesn't really threaten to go A4 because his bishop takes
Yes.
A4. So it's gonna be well, black still has some time to decide if he wants to let this pawn go. But well, as I suspect, they're still playing for a win here.
Yeah, I think he will try.
Yes, yeah.
He will try his best.
Maybe and black most likely may be looking for a way how to liquidate the material, maybe even sacrificing the exchange back somewhere, and in order to
Just
force
save
the
the draw, yeah.
Maybe he can do this actually. So let's take a look if we have any other games left. So Suleimanli Queen B7 happened. So now it seems that white can claim. No, he cannot claim
Not?
draw yet. No,
Really?
not yet. No, because he played H5 last time.
Oh yeah, that's
I mean, a couple of months. But it's not like that. It changes a lot.
no, it doesn't.
I mean, if he goes Queen F5, I guess that both players. It does look from their. It at least seemed from their body language that they are not going to take full risks quite yet so early in the tournament. So
Yeah.
it's not yet a time to.
Except he feels like he's much better, but like we said, there's no way to improve White's position either as much as Black's.
What's going on?
Yeah. Here there was some, again, some error.
All right, I see. Okay, there was not. Right, so we can see that most likely what happened here was a rook exchange, and I think that in a short while the position will come to a logical order where the rook is not on d6, but
I hope so. It's been like that
away from the board.
I hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
but the rook has the position has been like this for some time.
The rook
I've been
insists
looking at
on staying on the board.
He wants to stay on the board.
Yes.
So let's say that the rook is not on the board. This is probably actually winning for
Yes,
black. Yeah,
should
there's
be
just
winning.
no way
Yeah,
because this knight has no way out. So, okay.
I mean, knight
Knight
f7.
F7.
Knight f7,
but we are on the right. We are the right
of
diagonal.
course you can take it.
So I can take it.
Yes, you can take it, and I think that maybe the game. And we don't know if
it's
the game is
finished.
still on. It's which board is that?
Yeah, we will sit right now. It's board number, I think, 13. No, is that 13? Wait a second. It's
No,
board
it's
number
11,
Correct. 11 is
Board
board
number 11, and the guys are
Not there.
not there.
Win by black. So
There is no rook and no guys
11,
there anymore.
correct.
So yes, we can see that actually the games and that area did finish.
Good. So Jacobs Brandon did win his game. Yeah.
Let's check on two games on boards 15 and 16.
Let's go. 15.
Yes, this is some kind of interesting rooks and games. Can this be? Well, you need to calculate the pawns.
Yeah, the first count the pawns.
Essential
4
thing.
against 4, but C2 is being dropped, but A6 is being dropped, but E6 is being dropped, but then D3.
Everything
Why
is
is everything's
hanging. What
dropped?
is-
Yeah. Okay, so I guess.
So let's assume it's a rook's endgame and it's a draw. Yeah. Just
No, so I wanna just calculate rook A6, king C2, rook E6, king D3.
no, it's not.
And how do you protect C4? Yeah.
I don't.
You
I
don't,
go
yeah.
rook G6.
Yeah. And I take, and you hope for rook G5.
Yes.
But it doesn't work because I take it and play king D5. Right?
F4.
And C4. And then
I'm not in timeout.
I don't think you are in time. But again, I could be wrong.
No, I think you're right. But
No,
I may
king
not. I may
D3,
not
king
go
D5,
for all of this. May I start with rook takes C5?
Ah,
Yeah, it's
okay,
a F4. Yeah, it's a very good way to end it. Perfect.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect. Yeah.
Let's
This
do
is
it. Let's do it.
easy riddance.
Okay, let's see.
What is this? This takes king D3.
King C3, by the way, was not a very good way by black. Just wanted to mention that
E5. Yeah, just.
instead of king C3, apparently king E3 is much stronger.
King D3 and F is running
Yeah.
because rook C5 is not working,
Yes.
as we already know. A hard way.
Exactly. So after king C3, actually,
Rook
this
A2.
could be a technical draw.
But yeah, white.
Rook
has to-
A6,
Yeah, king
king C2, rook D6.
D6.
Oh no, rook E6 takes first. It's
Ah, yeah.
okay. And after this, rook E1, rook E8, for example. What's the point? After king C4, engine would play anything. Rook F8 maybe.
Yeah, it just claims that you cannot improve your position. Maybe rook G8 even. And now this rook G5 ideas to keep this in mind. But well, yeah, this is not so easy
And
decision
whenever,
for sure.
yeah, and whenever you move the king, you check.
Yeah, just check because the rook is very passive on H5, and in order to get it out to play, you need to sacrifice a pawn or at least to let the H pawn to move, and it's not advisable.
Yeah, rook G8 is very crucial way to play later also when the black is threatening to play C4.
Yes, because the king is far enough then.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so it's the crucial move to play rook G8 and rook G5 after C4.
Yeah, that's a logical idea, but truth is that it's
Hard to
obvious that it's not so easy to give up the pawns and hope for the best. So there is one more game, board number 16.
Yeah.
Mukhidin Madaminov trying to convert his advantage against Felix Tolchinsky. Well, what do we have here? 2 pawns
Where are
up,
the pawns? What?
2 extra pawns.
I-
Oh, but this was the position when we wanted to go bishop b2, remember? In the opening?
Yeah, that was that was one.
Yes,
it was this one?
definitely, for sure. Yes.
How did it turn into this?
We can quickly go
Let's go.
through.
We have time.
Yes,
We have time.
yes.
Just I
I
think
did go bishop b2.
Suleimani and his opponent did manage to draw the game in the meantime. He did go bishop b2. Okay.
Yes, but rook d8.
Uh-huh.
We didn't consider rook d8, but also
It's logical.
you have to excuse us. It was shortly before the break, so we were
We just
in
wanted
time
to
trouble. We were in time trouble. So, okay, this is what happened, but this still shouldn't be so dramatic for white. How did he lose all his pawns?
Yeah, let's see. Let's just see. 96
Oh.
might have been a bit annoying.
b6, knight f5 probably missed.
Okay, taking back. But this still looks very
This should be. I mean, I would think that white is slightly better.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Where would the pawns go? Yeah. So we take a pawn.
The black knight was super effective after this, yeah, because it took like everything moving. Yeah? 1,
2,
2.5, and then 3 taken by a rook.
No, 3.
Probably sometime trouble was
for sure there was trouble. But
so rook c7 is on the board now. Black.
Madame with black pieces took 3 pawns, and I think that's okay. Should be enough to win after knight d5 apparently. Knight d5 seems
yes, knight d5. But you give up 1. I mean, he doesn't really want to give up any of them, no? But knight d5 is on the board.
Takes, rook a4 will probably happen, and
g5, something like
g5.
Just improve, get a great square on f4, bring your king, take a coffee. And
take a coffee.
Yeah, this is this instantly appeared on the board, and
squeeze. Okay.
I am afraid that he will be able to execute this even in a bullet game. So let's check. Okay, well, the young Hungarian is heading towards the right direction against Vigraja.
Yeah, but this is still like, okay, he could go rook d6 actually. Here it's not a problem to either take on e6 or...
You can delay the decision because, but I think after king c3 or something like this, you would still have to take on e6, yeah?
Maybe you can go king h3 actually. This is something that the engine suggests in general.
Okay, e5, it doesn't...
I don't know, maybe rook d5.
d5, f4, king g4, yeah?
Not sure exactly, but if the rook takes c6 works to take all the pawns from the board if possible, then you do it.
We have a big advantage. We know that rook e6 works. He doesn't have this luxury of having this possibility to recheck. And so let's then check on top board.
Yeah, there are only 4 boards left, which means that some board disappeared, and I'm just trying to see which one finished for me. Just to see if there was some specific result. Brandon Jacobson game probably disappeared for me, so yeah, that game did finish.
A1, yes, it was a fake rook d6, and Hagner Van Foreest. Well, I would suspect that this should be somehow a draw, because. Well, the a pawn is quite strong. On the other hand, black bishop on e4 now controls the situation.
So we probably play bishop f4.
Bishop f4, rook e2, e1, e2.
And bishop c4. Yeah, then like you said, we control everything.
Bishop f4, rook e2, you will have to take.
Okay, so to not lose the pawn.
Yes, but then you take and you go you go king b5. But he didn't do that. He kept his bishop on the board.
Yes. As well. But maybe bishop d3 now?
But then bishop f4, yeah. No, bishop f4, rook e4, but maybe bishop d4.
Bishop d4 maybe.
d4, yes.
And after rook e4,
you have bishop takes d3, and then it's pinned.
Yeah.
The king is. But then, well, again, now a4. Pushing the pawn is not so dangerous for black, maybe, so he can afford it. Wants to do something else to improve maybe his bishop, but or maybe still insist on exchanging it. But anyway, it's not such an easy endgame to play because it's clear that white is still gonna be, even it's objectively not better, but he will try to seek some chances to try to win the game. But I don't really see that happening.
Yeah, we can then check, well, they're waiting, board number 6 again, Max Warmerdam. There was h4 played on that board.
Yeah, we are here. Okay, brought the knight to d5, that's quite some progress.
And bishop on e3, yeah. Where we left
yes.
it, now h4.
Black did move the queen to c6.
Nothing much, yeah, but the question is, can white break through somehow? Going h5 would be...
h5, and maybe, I don't know, g4 even, king g2 improving.
Like that, okay.
I don't see the plan yet.
Yeah.
Just trying to improve the position and pretend that I see the plan.
Okay, what if I go knight d7? Can I go knight d7?
Yeah, you can go 97.
I'm
There's
just
nothing
at
wrong
this
with
point I'm ready to blunder all the pieces, so I apologize, but knight d7 looks like a
that. Let's
developing
see,
move to
knight
me.
d7. Problem is that I wasn't sure what you do next.
Maybe knight c5, no?
And are you sure this is...
No, I'm not sure, but I
yes,
just
this is,
want to know what's happening.
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah. Okay.
Queen, are you gonna go queen g3? No, queen e8, right?
No, well, also queen g3 is not much of a threat anyway.
Well, you try.
Yes, this... g2. Old man's just...
Yeah, my original plan was actually instead of knight c5 to play bishop c5. I don't know if that's a bit better.
Yeah, but there was some problem with bishop
was, yeah?
c5. I mean, maybe not immediately, but actually there are some knight e7 stuff in the air. Maybe not immediately, but somewhere. Yeah, you know.
I see.
That's
Yes, because then it would threaten queen g8 checkmate. So yeah. Oh, like, just destroying me slowly. Yeah, this knight on d5 is extremely annoying. I agree.
Yeah, it's still. I would believe that black position should be holdable, but of course it's not an easy task, especially against such an experienced opponent. And
Absolutely.
so we can keep an eye on things in progress.
Yeah, I mean, in the board, Raja versus Matias Palzert, there was rook d6 on the board, actually.
Rook d6, king c3. So, one of the lines we did consider.
We did consider it. And now the question is, do we still take on e6 or do we go king h3? I think you have to do something out of these two options.
Yes, actually the options are quite limited. He doesn't really have many other ideas. King h3, and now it's black's choice if he wants to move a pawn. e5.
Yeah, going e5, followed by
Rook d5,
yeah.
f4. But it's maybe a bit too much. King g4.
Yeah, king d4. Yeah, I'm losing.
No, that's not a good idea. Yeah, I was just trying to.
you can try. They're not your
forward. Yeah, but it's not great. Meanwhile, Madaminov is gonna collect
everything.
another one.
Is he? Are you forced to go king f3? Yeah.
Knight e6 and.
Like this. Okay, you're gonna collect like this.
Stuff.
Oh, I thought you would collect the h2 one.
Later.
Okay. No,
yes,
this
I actually would like to get rid of this c5 because it's the only thing which is concerning me at the moment that I could, and that the c pawn is white's only chance. So I would like to get rid of it as soon as possible. And I believe that this position is unholdable for white.
Yeah, that means, we still have 4 games left, and we can actually sum up the top 10 boards, as was suggested by our cameraman. By the way, people in the chat said, I want to interview this cameraman after the game because they are impressed with the skills. So, okay, one day
We can
ask
for permission, but meanwhile, sorry to the Bennett Hagner's summit. But we get to this after the summer.
Yeah, because we have a lot of time. They have a lot of time, and Van Foreest Jorden still playing against Hagner Bennett. This game is still very interesting. Meanwhile, board number 2 finished in a draw. Very interesting draw, by the way. Lianka Wonder didn't play his best, even though the game was extremely interesting, landing the pawn on c7. Eljanov Pavel, board number 3, that was a very, very smooth game to beat the Graf Remy. Board number 4, Grandelius Nils held Mohammed and S2 a draw in the bishop endgame, while on also board number 5, Santos Latasa did try to trick Kuro Attila in a rook endgame, but it did end in a draw. Board number 6, I think one of the most entertaining games of today, besides Jabal Badur on board number 9. Maxime, with some tricks, won in the French defense, while Jobava won with
With the reversed Philidor.
Philidor. It was also very, very entertaining game. We recommend watching it. And board number 10, Lee Ellis, our only girl today on top 16 boards, lost against Mendonca Leon Luke. Very, very interesting games today, no?
Yeah, well, we could hope for no less an exciting chess on International Chess Day. So and the guys luckily delivered most of them, and they keep fighting. Of course, there are many ways how to celebrate this holiday and to celebrate this important day. It's of course for those who may not be sure why it's celebrated today, because it's because the FIDE International Chess Organization was established exactly on this day in Paris. For
when was it?
1900.
It was exactly 100 years last year, no?
Yes, so it's 101. Yes.
Basic math.
Yes. Yes. So you add 1 to 100. Yeah, that's quite an easy stuff to do. But so that's one of the reasons. That's the main reason why it's celebrated today. And by this, of course, we can see that something quite interesting happened on board 1.
Let's go for it.
Yes, because it seems that Bennett Hagner, he decided to go for some tricks, but now.
Oh my!
There, okay. Now he has to hope that he's gonna hold this.
This opposite color bishop's endgame. It is theoretically a draw.
It should be a dead draw.
However, if somebody's playing for win, now it's Jorden.
Now, suddenly it's becoming interesting for him, because now of course he needs to get his king to b6 and to try to push his pawn as far as possible. For black's task is exactly the opposite. It's just to put his pawns or white squares and then run with the king to d7. So once he arrives to d7, I guess it will be very difficult for white to make any progress. But can white somehow manage this two things, keeping the black king far from g6, far from d7, and pushing pawn at the same time?
Okay. Well, first of all, I would just like to say that Bennett is probably kind of low on stamina, because after I think he wanted to play rook e4 after bishop d4, but he missed bishop d3. I think it was a blunder. So it means that he is starting to see illusions, which I can get. I am also the same when it comes to longer games. This happen, and I think after a4, like you said, you can bring the king to d7, but could be a different approach to bring it to h3.
Can try to do that, but the white can also put the pawn on to h4 and put the bishop on the diagonal, and then
I'm trying to
choose the right direction. Maybe you can go king f5.
Yeah,
it's
I want to go king f5
it's
first.
like both ways, because you can use you threaten king g4.
And I want to play maybe
also king
g5,
e6.
No? Could be, because then you stop this idea.
I'm not sure you want to go g5 now. I would like to have pawns h5, g6, because then I can protect them. If I put the pawn on g5, I don't. Yeah, let's imagine this. Yeah. I mean, if you put them to g5, actually at some point they cannot be moving anymore.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very concrete here.
You wanted to be aggressive, with the king g4. Maybe it's also one of the ways how to treat this position.
For example, king c5, king g4. I wonder if you can stop me from not exchanging.
Yeah, I need to understand. I need to hit your pawns quickly in order to be in time.
But can I still? Yeah, I'm also very bad at calculation right now. It's been some time. King f5 on the board. Yeah, bishop g7, king h3.
You're in time.
I'm in time. Okay.
It's a draw. Okay. So white cannot really afford this, but
King
he went
C5
king
on the
c5.
board.
But it's the same story.
I think I still play
yes,
G5.
yes, g5.
I would try to be very concrete here, not to risk anything. Especially now, I could not go to d7 after king e6. There's king c6, so after king c5, I need to be very concrete with my
I think
ideas.
g5 is quite logical way.
Maybe you still go h4. Well, no, king g4
No, it's
should work.
yeah, then it's
Or
will I push you out or not?
yes,
Let's see, king c5.
king c5, g5.
Can I start with king g4?
Okay, but and after bishop, yes, fair point. Bishop f4, you go
King
king
g4 is the way to treat it, yeah?
Maybe that's the way to go. And after bishop d4, I still go king h3.
You can go g5 now.
I can still go g5.
What- yeah, king g4 is likely to... I mean, it would be a miracle that white would have series winning chances here, because, I mean, they are so limited. The pawns are actually also quite weakened here, so once black king gets to h3, it's just an automatic draw, and king g4, yeah, maybe you are right. It's just as a direct way to
Yeah, I would go for king g4, yeah.
It does go
What
king
happened?
g4. Yeah. Well, but guys, in order to avoid all this, you need to eat more bananas after the time control, because then you would have enough stamina, and you basically enough. Well, bananas are very good for
Everything.
energy. Well, yeah, basically that's it's.
You know, fun fact, I have one with me actually. Didn't have time to eat it during the break because I had some chocolate. But I feel like banana is actually one of chess players' favorite snacks in general. Besides maybe some nuts like hazelnuts or walnuts. But yeah, I usually do have bananas during the game.
It's beer.
No, but during
Yeah, of course.
the game,
Yeah,
I mean, yes,
of
after
course
the
not,
game,
yes.
I will agree with you.
Not advisable at all, but of course, well, we know from the other sports as well that adding energy is essential. Of course, for chess players, it may not look as so important thing, but also chess players, they, of course, consume a huge amount of energy during the game, and we can see to avoid blunders, you really need to, especially such a hot weather, need to drink a lot of water,
Yeah.
and to add energy. And that's another advantage of our great playing hall here, that you have all the place in the world to put on your
Yeah.
energy supplements there. So let's check on the game. It seems that Bennett will still be able to hold on to a draw, although it seemed after the time control that it would be the other way around.
Yeah.
Typical open tournament game, I would say. Turnarounds, white better than maybe almost losing than surviving, than black surviving. So it seems that it will end up in a draw, which I would consider deserved for both players, and it
Just
does.
delivering drama, you know, for international chess, they were delivering. They're
Yes.
delivering drama.
Top board of a big tournament, I think it's very nice, and we can see.
Thank you, Jordan.
We can see. Thank you both. It was a true spectacle of chess, with ever ending up peacefully. Let's check for. There are a couple of more games still on. Rook's Endgame. I'm quite curious what is going on here.
I think they are repeating moves after king c3. Oh no, rook h6
He
was
went,
played.
yeah, rook h6, king g3. But there, it's hardly a way to improve the position. But king d2 is actually, and black is going for little more risks.
Yeah, it turns out that actually king h3. Okay. King h3, king g3 is done. This is all good, but now I think you have to find d4.
Yeah, d4
Which
is
is
the only
logical,
way.
yeah.
But need some calculations still. So d4, cd4
Yeah.
takes
King e3,
king
yeah.
e3.
Doesn't look. Do you want to go? Oh my god. Doesn't look healthy.
Want to go for this?
This looks unhealthy. Rook d1 or what? Going from behind?
No, maybe it's this.
Maybe that.
With back and try to run with the pawns.
Yeah, but f4, like who's running faster, you know?
I don't know. This c5 and rook d1. No, it doesn't look so trustworthy here. Yeah, the question is if white did have to go for all this. I'm almost sure that he didn't. We have, by lucky coincidence, we have two boards next to each other. So our camera doesn't have to do the usual job, but we have one camera which is covering both games. 2 out of 3, yes, we have 4 boards still.
4 boards.
Four.
There's still Max
Max,
playing.
of course.
We forgot about him because his game was actually not the most entertaining today. However, out of all positions, I think it is the most entertaining now.
Yes, now it seems also very likely to be. It's the one which looks undecided at the moment, and they did go for something similar to your line.
Yeah, bishop c5.
The only difference is that the black player put the knight on a6, which makes some mating ideas impossible then, or less, let's say, less likely. But queen b5, an interesting, tactically justified idea, because you cannot really take.
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
just losing on the spot. Yeah?
But what if I start with bishop e3?
Yes, but then you have to consider this and oops, bishop f2 intermediate. Okay, let's bishop b3. But even this is this is not so completely obvious to me.
I don't know, is it knight b4? No, you're gonna go c5.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah, go here, go here. Yeah.
But this takes. Yeah. This king c5. Knight c5.
And g6. No, but I have g4. Oh, f5.
Yeah. This is gonna be a draw anyway. But well, now actually it's still is a bit unpleasant for black. He has to decide if he wants to play this knight's endgame, which may turn out to be lost. And meanwhile, what we have on board 1.
Oh, G6, not G5, which is fair.
But maybe it doesn't make any difference here. Actually, he gets to H3.
I myself would go King H3, allowing Bishop G7. And after King H2, you would probably go Bishop E5, but I wouldn't care because of King H3, H5, H4.
Should be enough as well.
So I don't think I would push the pawn. It's unnecessary in my opinion.
It's actually technically, it's the same, but maybe it's a matter of taste.
Or wait, now after Bishop G7, I have to go H5. Yeah.
Yes, but he will. Yeah. Just he happily will.
But then
he will happily go, and he actually wins the pawn on H2. Then.
That's true.
Yeah.
He does. Yeah.
just with that draw.
He does.
Yeah. So it doesn't really make any significant difference here. But actually, I agree that your way was also effective enough. King H3, maybe quicker even.
Who knows?
Just to demonstrate that it's like just a dead draw anyway. But it doesn't change that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we expect a draw. Anything else would be a big shock. I have Bishop G7 on the board, and I think we can see H5 also immediately. Anything else would be a surprise. Yeah. Okay. And now it's just a matter of time when Jorden. We are drawing a lot of a draw, yeah? It's not the move, H4.
Yeah, but he still has some ideas. But now...
Listen, I can go G5 if I want to.
No, Bishop F6.
Bishop 6. Okay, maybe not go G5. Okay, I have to take on G3. But Bishop F6.
Was this really necessary? But it's still a draw. Because you just go with a king. And now you will have to get back to original plan. Your move was better.
It was better. We cannot prove that my move was much
your move was
better.
Because for many reasons. Because also the game is gonna last after this.
Oh my god!
It's not gonna last for a long anyway. But Oh, but we have a development
Oh, yes, please.
here with rook c6, which supposedly shouldn't be good, right?
I don't know if it's good, yeah. Let's see. Rook c6.
But maybe we will transpose back to the original line, or not?
But rook d3, it's different when the rook is on h6, yeah?
Yes. But it's a better version for black, maybe, yeah, with the rook on h6.
Yeah,
Just-
now after king d3, rook c5, king e4, I
Yes, and
think.
the f pawn is running.
Yeah, and where do you move your rook? Yeah, like I will just push this f pawn, and I think this should be lost. I don't know if it's easy.
It does look
lost.
unpleasant for black now, yeah. For white, sorry.
And also in the game between Felix and Mukmidin, we have some exchange of the pawns, and
And now there will be another exchange of the pawn for a bishop.
already.
Yeah, I guess.
I see. Yeah.
F4.
Or
Little tactics.
Okay, I mean king h4 can happen, but it doesn't really matter because these two pawns are too
Yeah,
strong.
rook. King h4 is rook c1 anyway, I guess.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time. As you can see, also players alive, they feel both comfortable. Both with the black pieces feel comfortable, yeah?
Yeah. It seems that both of them are going to win probably, and yeah, f4 is just
Cute.
nice conversion
Very
trick,
cute.
and it's
Yeah.
there is no, it doesn't really seem to be a chance for a white player to survive as this.
Which leaves us only Max Varmadam, number 6, against Anui Srivatri. So,
Yeah.
still the same position. Maybe we can try to figure it out a bit further because we don't have anything else to do.
Let's just super quickly
Yeah.
check on Bennett.
Okay, let's go.
He is still now thinking. Maybe he is not sure why he didn't play this.
Board number 1, yeah. So he's thinking, of course, to play king g3 or g5. Both of these things are draw. After g5, bishop f6.
It doesn't make any difference, yeah, I guess.
Takes. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And maybe he can
which
take on
one you can-
h4 even, yeah, and go to f5. Yes, this is probably. He's now trying to make sure if he is in time to get to d7 principle. It's very similar to a pawn endgame without bishops. Yeah, but well, totally agree. King h3 was technically just better. G5 was technically also better. I mean, the previous versions.
Well,
So
I'm so good at games.
he did this. Yeah, it's kind of feeling. You know, there's
He complicated
maybe it's a bit of an experience as well that you feel where you can go wrong, and you know that's
Yeah,
that's
that's true.
also an experience when
Yeah,
you
with
know
me,
that
I just want to please exchange all the pawns if possible and leave me alone, you know?
if you cannot mate
Yeah.
yes, on the spot, then of course
Then I
yes.
take it,
Yeah. So okay, there are not so many developments. Otherwise, let's check on Max Varmadam's game,
Yeah.
because I agree that this is the one which is the most interesting left out of the 4.
Ironic, yeah, you didn't want to look at it and now you're forced.
It's that's a way, but maybe they felt that the game was not interesting enough, and suddenly there is something to calculate. There are some.
Now we have to calculate exactly. Like Queen b5, this asks like a question: Do you keep this structure? Do you take on e3? Do you go, I don't know, Queen c8? I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud what could be Black's option. In my first opinion, I would just play bishop e3. Yeah, and I don't think you can go Queen c6. I mean, that's unnecessary. I think
But,
you should take, right?
How do I take?
Although, okay, if you take
There's
with
a
the knight,
problem.
Queen
I cannot
e4,
take with a knight. Yes, it's actually bishop e3 is asking the question back. Yeah, so f takes s3. Would
No,
you don't
you
really
don't
go
do
for
that,
this?
right?
Yeah, you do queen c6.
So
I
you
think.
do this, so bishop f2, and you take on c6. You really think that that's what Max wants to do here?
But maybe
C3,
he's
yeah?
not obliged to go somewhere else, but here.
And he's saying that the king is too cut off to be active. So king g8 would be too slow.
I'm not sure he can say this because during the game we are not allowed. Unless it's a draw for which is not. But here, if you allow me to get to c4, then I would try to transfer my knight somewhere like f5, and yeah, maybe it can be still quite tricky for.
It could be
for
tricky.
black. And yeah, I'm not sure I would want to do this. But on the other hand, do I have any other options?
Okay, what?
left?
Yeah, what? Okay, Max has already sat down. I think he feels very confident in his decision. Well, what if I go passive and go queen c8?
Queen c8 I was not sure about because bishop takes c5.
Okay, takes, yeah.
That I can transfer the knight pleasantly for you.
Well, yeah.
May-
Also, after queen c7, you would play queen e8, I assume, yeah. And so suddenly we.
Yeah, suddenly your second your second favorite thing is happening.
But can I play queen g4 here and draw? Maybe it's not a draw, yeah?
If I do this, maybe. Queen g3.
No, this is queen h4, right? After f3.
Okay, but queen h4 is not forcing. It's knight f5.
Queen e1.
Yes, king
I can
h2.
h2, and again you're asking me a lot of questions, yeah? Yeah, difficulties ahead. Difficulties ahead for Anui.
Would have thought that there will be something to calculate in this game.
Yeah, we just don't want to calculate. Let's be honest, this is not our game, and we don't want to calculate this.
I'm sure that Black also was not interested in any calculation training here.
I just don't want to calculate bishop e3. It's that simple. I just don't want to, you know? Too many options, because then I have to check g6 later. I have to check king g8. I have to check, I don't know, knight c5. I have no clue what else I have to check.
Yeah, so we have the result on board 16. Black, as expected, won his game.
Yes.
And moved to 2 out of 2. Also, there is slight development in Rook's endgame, where Black did go for king takes d3, rook c5, king e3, threatening f4, and maybe rook g6, by the way. Can White do rook e5? But this would be probably lost.
Oh yeah, king e3 apparently was not the best move by the engine. I remember king e4 being much stronger.
King e4 looks stronger, yes, I agree. Maybe,
and
can this be some kind of a positional draw here?
And king e1, yeah, king e followed by h5 or something. No, maybe h5 followed by king h4. Huh?
h5.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a good idea. King
King
h4,
e5,
king h5, yes.
This could be it.
Little tactics. And actually here you can even go king f4. Just to take a different road to g5.
That's true, I could do that.
Yeah, this is good, yeah. This is actually the difference. King e4, yes, king e4 looks actually more logical. And now king e3 gives White the chance to save the game.
Yeah.
Maybe there will be a winning attempt after rook e1, like e5 here. But this is, yeah, this is probably c5 anyway, so maybe we'll have something very similar to an analyzed line. In any case, White has no choice but to go for this.
Yeah.
And so he will have to make up his mind quite quickly. So we'll also...
We have development in board number 1, actually. A few moves have been played, so we can just check it out. So Bennett decided to take on g3. And now this is the live position. And like you said, he'll just follow the king to the edge.
Well, White's problem, we can show that actually after king c7,
yeah,
he gets to one of the squares,
yes,
like b7 or b6 in order to push the pawn. But there is a problem that once the key square here is d7, not even c8 here, but actually in here this wouldn't be a key square. I need to be careful, so I need to give you a check first here. and
Can I go to B8? Maybe?
if you go to
then I go back.
then
Yeah,
I
then
don't
I go
let
back,
you.
yeah.
So yeah.
So B6, yeah.
So and B6. So I have to take it back that it's C8.
You maybe
still.
need to see it, yeah.
Still, I mean D7 is very important, but if unless you get to C8, it's not like completely. Yeah, here
Yeah, he's going.
That's gonna happen in the game. So
Let's
we
see, yeah.
will most likely can stay here for a while, because we do believe that this is a way how.
Yeah, we're gonna see a king b7, and it's important to give a check.
Yes, and this is a last checkpoint for black, but I would assume the player of Bennett's caliber will know that he really needs to be careful here, and
Okay.
so we are heading towards the end,
Yeah.
and we have a development bishop d4.
Woohoo!
Well, we didn't want to calculate anything, so
Thankfully, he did
so
for us.
black also did decide that after really long consideration,
Yeah, it was
actually,
long,
bishop
yeah.
d4, and I can understand him very well.
Okay, Jordan, we still see him on the board. King c8, also maybe he's
Doesn't really change so much
No, we have
after
to,
bishop
yeah.
e2.
have to move back, and I think, yeah, like you said, now it's just a matter of time where maybe repetition exactly in this moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
That
try
being
king
said,
c7. Yes. Okay, my black's
push the bishop.
bishop is
F1.
on the diagonal, which is definitely long enough
Yeah.
to hold on, and we can see camera view,
Very nice.
and we can see the diagonal indeed from all the sides of the board looks the same.
Okay, Jordan is gonna play this on. I guess he's not.
Yes, that's fine. He's not happy with the draw overall. We just will have a quick look at the Palzer Raja, King H3.
Yeah, so King H3, yeah, that was a bit surprised because we thought Rook E5 really did the job.
Does this really work?
Apparently it does, because I did check the engine, I have to be honest. Apparently, okay, engine can be wrong. So apparently at the beginning, Rook E5 was clearly the best move, but then the engine also said, I think, that
King
also
H3
H5
also
and Rook H3.
H5 even.
Even H5 immediately, I think, was good enough, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, H5 actually looks also quite good, yeah.
Again, not 100% sure, but similar idea, yeah.
Okay. Well, in any case, we are already deep in the second time control, and all the players, they are already feeling the shortage of time, and I think the time factor may matter most in this game. Bishop d4, an interesting idea. He didn't want to exchange his bishop straight away. He wants the bishop to be exchanged on d4.
Yeah, I do like this move, to be honest. I didn't even think about it, but okay, I was too lazy to think.
Well, also it's not your game, but queen takes c6. Well, let's see if he can be so optimistic also after.
97. And if I play c5?
Yeah, but your king is not coming out at all.
That's true, my king is
Maybe I
trapped.
bring the king to c4. No, I mean, you need to push the pawn.
But to c4, yeah?
Yeah, because otherwise, once my king appears on c4, I think it's bad news for you.
But can you somehow first you come with the king to d2 and then somehow take on d4 and play knight f5, and my king is still out of the game, yeah? c5 on the board, yeah.
No, this is
Okay,
very
this can be
dangerous. Yeah,
very
this is indeed. I would not be sure.
If it does actually draw. I mean, I have to play c4, let's be honest. I have to do it.
Okay, I can still have maybe one more move, but I don't really see anything more productive than c4 here. So anyway, you have to play c4 and then try to put it. But well, also
pawn.
black. Well, white pawn may appear on a5 shortly. Too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I play
King e2, yeah. King. Well, white's play is quite straightforward.
Simple, yeah.
Yeah, that's very.
We are not checking the evaluation, by the way. We don't know it because we're just curious to see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Hagner Bennett did manage to. The game is not officially a draw yet, but it's a final.
there is no
position.
way how white can improve. We can show the position, and that's what they play. I think that it's just a matter of a couple of more seconds when they will repeat move.
Yeah. I think it's happening now.
Yes, so most likely. So we see on the live camera feed that Rook G6 was played in Roger Itwig's game.
But
Allowing H5?
yeah, why I just play H5? What's the issue? I don't see any issues.
The Rook E5 check and Rook takes E6. Yeah, well, allowing H5 is a bit strange.
I think he didn't see a way to.
Oh, but there is one more trick, which is I'm not sure it's working, but I mean maybe he wants to go for something like this, and after Rook E5, King F3, but it seems to be solving
all
King
the
H2,
problems. And also on the live feed, we can see board number 1 has finished in a draw. Meanwhile, we will go back to the one, with the less tricks.
Less tricks, Rook's endgame.
Yeah, so like you said, even if he tried to checkmate him in a net, okay, he's gonna try, but it's not gonna work. I assume H5 is the way
H5
to
looks like logical.
probably
Way
any other
to
move
proceed.
also.
Maybe also as we saw, there are several ways to treat this position. Maybe even Rook E5 check and Rook E1. Consider the fact that H5 now can be pushed easier.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, let's check on Max. Now actually King E2 happened.
Okay.
And this is again a very interesting moment. Black has to do something, and it's not going to be with the king. Because the king cannot really move here.
I wish I could combine my knight and the bishop to take the a4 pawn, but there's just no way to do anything. Even knight b4 doesn't do much. Maybe I can go knight b4. Maybe I don't have a lot of choices.
Let's try this. Knight b4, and if I go a5, I have to bring the knight c3.
Can I go for it?
Maybe try to reconsider
Oof.
and bring my knight to d5.
Oof.
Also, can this be a problem?
It could, yeah. I mean, I probably should go back to a6.
But then king d3
Yeah, knight
already.
c5, I was hoping that would be good enough for me. Maybe it's not, actually, after
And
king
this,
c4.
yes.
I'm going to
Yeah, it
c2.
is to c2.
Go
Interesting.
to c2, wow. Yeah, it's very annoying to be
Old
honest.
people are trying to play safe.
Slowly.
Yeah, just safe. Don't there's any sudden movements like king c4.
I
Yes,
don't want to
this
play
is-
c3, I don't want to play it yet.
Yes, but I think it will be a problem because at some point you will be out of moves.
So,
Okay.
like knight b4, a5, knight a6, yeah? And knight c6 will eventually be an
Yes,
issue, yeah?
there's problems that d4 is weakened now, and
And if I go bishop b2 is nothing, yeah?
then I just okay. Slowly. But now you can get the king out. Well, maybe I don't want to let here. Maybe here I
Start
can
with
do king d2.
Okay, I have to go knight c5, right? Or knight b4? Okay, knight b4.
Knight b4.
Yeah, knight b4.
And here, then do we transpose or not much? No, we don't.
It hurts.
You go back here,
Yeah.
and knight b6 then. Something like that. Oh, knight b6 is not really a move I would like to make, but it's still not so obvious. But it does really smell suspiciously for black now.
Looks so unpleasant.
And he's down also on 40 seconds.
Yeah, you know what I'm also curious for? What if I start with bishop b2? Here he went at knight b4. Okay.
Knight b4. I think we're gonna see
What we
the
saw,
line,
A5
the line
will
you suggested.
happen
That
100%.
after a5. Well, it may go also something else. I mean, a5 is not completely forced.
No, but
white side.
you want
but
to block this knight, yeah?
it's logical to put the pawn to a5.
Going king d2 wouldn't make much sense right now because, okay, why would you do it?
C3.
Yeah, maybe c3, king c1. Okay, knight d3, and then you have some checks you have to deal with, yeah? No unnecessary checks.
Mhm.
Ah, but he did win knight d5 immediately. He did go for it.
But knight c6. Okay, yeah. Yes, that's why I didn't want to
Yeah.
go. That's what
We
that
wanted
was
to
one.
play 5, yeah?
Yes. Also, now suddenly, why a black king is coming?
Okay, I have
Was
to
it?
check this with the engine if everything was correct. Yeah, after queen b5, you will not believe, but queen c8 or bishop e3 were the best two moves.
Okay, but yeah. But what's happening after bishop d4?
It's apparently, yeah, this endgame is apparently lost because, yeah, everything was correct, king e2, and
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
Bless you. Knight d5 is actually still winning, even though a5 was probably the best way. But it doesn't matter, it's apparently still plus 2.5 because there's just no way. King d2, for example, you can go now.
Yeah, I just didn't
Yeah,
like
king
the
is coming-
idea
yeah, king
of
is coming out, yeah?
letting the king close. Maybe it's still enough, but why to do this?
Ah, maybe bishop d2.
Bishop d2
Why
with the
is
a5
bishop
ideas.
d2? Yeah,
A5,
bishop
A6.
d2.
But yeah, it's funny
King
that white has to
G8,
put
yeah.
some effort now to
Yeah.
push A5
Exactly.
when you could do this just
For free.
for free
Now you have
and
to
yes,
pay.
without the tempo, right?
Yeah.
So quick look at the rook endgame,
That's good.
and we are heading towards the line.
Exactly what you
Yeah,
said.
rook g1, rook e5 check, king f3. Maybe king f2 is an idea there.
Oh, it is an idea. Mm-hmm.
I don't
King
know if this
f2.
is winning, but maybe something like this he's
Yeah.
hoping for.
And f4 is just not good enough to win. There's no way.
Yeah, it's no mate anymore, so I guess it. Okay, so
Okay,
let's
let's-
going back to Max. Bishop d2, he
Bishop
did
d2.
go for it.
Okay, we'll turn off my analysis now that we realize that
Yeah,
it's
so-
supposed to be winning for Max, but a5, we just go with the flow and it works. Yeah, sometimes chess is simple.
Yeah, a5, king f7.
Yeah, a5 now. Okay. But it does allow us to play a6 now, which is different. than-
Doesn't matter, but
Doesn't knight
yeah,
a8
but the
really
bishop
matter?
is on a6. Can you go a6? Because knight, if I play knight b8, you have to go knight c7 then, yeah?
Actually, black.
c3.
Yeah.
What?
This is the only way to draw. Actually, I think Max. I can see on he blundered c3. You can see on the
Oh my
camera.
god. This is.
Yeah, bishop d2, going a5 immediately was exactly for that reason not the best move, but it was bishop e1 with the same plan.
Yeah, but this is already at least now it seems to me like a rocket science in compared to
To what you had
let
before.
your knight be. This is maybe a difference between, as I said, people who are experienced, and you will
Yeah.
have you feel that it's. I may well imagine myself blundering something like this and rushing knight d5 over the board. But here I say why? Okay, well,
No,
of course you
of
can play
course.
this endgame for a while, but there is no real way to win this, I think.
No, I mean, this endgame, like we said, there were so many options and we were lazy to calculate. Well, both of them had to calculate. So, of course, they spend a lot of energy and it's easy to make mistakes. This is chess. Chess are
But
mistakes.
especially in this situation when you are tired and you feel that you can miss something. Why? I mean, why not to push the pawn to a5 for free? It's bad luck, of course, because
Very
I
bad.
think that Max did a very good job in
Yeah.
increasing the pressure from the position which
He did.
we kind of said that should be okay for black, but yeah,
No,
instead
he did, yeah.
instead now it's simplified and it's also maybe less eventful than the rook's endgame.
Yeah, I agree. Now this, I don't know whether they're still playing, to be honest.
They do.
They are, but I don't know why.
King F3 and now you mean
No,
Max?
for the Max.
Yeah, but I think it's
yeah.
very difficult now for Max to
go into the
agree to a
mindset.
draw or offer a draw because
Yeah.
he knows that he missed most likely an easy win, or he was very close to a win. Also, it's absolutely safe for black.
Correct.
I mean, just to put your king to F7 and just wait.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what.
White is not even better.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I think this game will finish soon. But like you said, Max Knight needs to get into the drawing mindset. Of course, he's upset. Like you said, I think he really pushed very, very nicely. He played almost a perfect game, and then he had like C3. It hurts.
Yeah, this is what, that's a typical grand expression when you basically know the win after some, close to drawish position. Now bishop a7, for example, after, I would keep my king on f7 and would just go like bishop a7 and try to bring the knight to d4 with a check, and this is what black is going to do exactly. I think if he is going to play a move with a bishop, there is no other move than a7 at the moment, and knight d4 is gonna be a threat.
Yeah,
so
exactly. We can leave this game here.
Yes, it's
really
game.
Uneventful right now.
Very close. Well,
this one, can be slightly more dramatic. There's some checkmate threats. Listen, so
white has to be careful a bit, but.
Not
too much, I guess.
King h3 is on the board. Rook g1 would basically be
a repetition.
A draw offer. I mean, black doesn't really have much options here, yeah.
I'm thinking what can go wrong for white here.
Okay, maybe rook g5 followed by rook g4 is also an option, but again, we take on e6 whenever we want to. G6 pushed by Raja.
G6,
No, sorry, not by Raja, but by let me find it, Anui, which is interesting way of approaching things. This pawn was keeping things together, but okay, it's still fine.
White did f3, so we just didn't want to wait until the white king appears somewhere around b5 or something, so he just wants to simplify the position as soon as possible. And using the fact that g4 is not really an option for white, because white would really like to keep his structure on, but I mean, black's pieces are as coordinated as probably never in the game, and finally the bishop on a7 is on a good spot, and knight is threatening to jump to d4. Yeah, it seems like the game is towards the end.
Exactly, yep, exactly.
And we can say the same about Raja.
Which one will finish first? This one probably, right?
No, I think Rook's Endgame,
Rook's Endgame will finish faster
because it
than Max's game.
doesn't seem... did go for Rook g5.
Now we're going to see Rook takes e6,
Yes.
Rook h5, King g1, but soon after that again...
It's very difficult to win this Endgame. I mean, by many reasons.
Exactly. Okay, I mean...
It's not like white has a big choice here anyway, so he will go for rook takes e6.
Yeah, I don't think he literally has much of a choice. Okay, he could go c5 if he feels eventful, but why would he do that,
Yeah, I'll take on a6.
Yeah, he's gonna take it,
Nice. h5.
We're gonna see rook h5, king g1, and f4, right?
I can consider king f2 here.
I don't...
But rook h6 is saving the day, it seems.
Yeah, I was hoping I could have something else than rook h6, but... No?
Not much, no. I think it's just otherwise
It's the only way,
just a mate.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you have to go with this.
Okay, then I am glad I didn't play c5.
Yeah, he played this. But then the next move you will move on with your king, and...
Yeah, okay, f4, king h... Wait.
4 is not running strategy. King h3 is.
F3.
King h4. Just giving will give you rook and trade.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
it should be. And okay, so
Okay, so they exchanged the pawn on g6, and now king d3, king f7 is on the board. We will see king c4, I think, right now. Oh no, bishop f1. Yeah.
bishop c1 and
First
the
one,
h5.
In Maxime Lagarde's game, h5 will is pushed quickly, followed by bishop d2. Yeah. Don't know.
It's gonna take a while.
We're gonna be here for some more.
It's International Chess Day.
Yesterday's
well,
stream was quite long, but today's might be longer.
No, it was. Okay, so white. So let's check on the rook's endgame if there is any change here, and not looking like that.
Yeah, I'm just also looking at the result in the French Chess Federation website, if we can see some shocks there. But so far, I would just like to mention that Sivanandan Bodhana won yesterday. So she beat a 2300 rated player yesterday, and you said that she might be winning today also against 24 rated player today.
It looked like by a number of rooks on the board, but of course may not have seen correctly, and not completely
because
sure.
there's no result yet, so we don't know. But yeah, that would be a big upset. I mean, she is only 2000 rated player, almost 2100, but not even.
I remember before the round 1, we just we tried to invite her to a live board, so maybe she wants to get to the online boards.
Yeah, she's like, okay,
and
I'm coming.
We will be very happy.
Absolutely.
If it will be happening. So
if she could be live tomorrow with 2 out of 2,
it would be nice.
That would be a holiday.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay.
Then rook's endgame. I think that they finished. They repeated the moves. So we only have now
only Max.
the last fighter staying
Madame
here, but
versus
bishop e1. He's trying to get to h4, but is it? Well, I'm not sure that what Leg did was necessary.
Exactly, that was my point. I think I was pretty safe with the pawn on g7, but again, okay.
It's not like the structure is weakened by much. Knight on d4.
Knight is going to d4.
King c4, yeah, most like that.
Yeah.
And it looks...
First with that.
King
c4. Where's the bishop going? a7? Or do you want to go a3? Or... f8?
Or anywhere, but
first bishop h4.
Still made things complicated.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop b7 is now. He will be stuck to some more passive defense now.
Yeah, do you want to go bishop e7 or f5? f5 does make more weaknesses on e5.
Yeah, bishop e7 looks more logical here, but it allows f4 now, no?
See, there are some issues.
Allows
Okay, I go
f4.
knight c6.
Yes, but if I put on f5, is it?
f4 on the board,
yes. Knight c6 is maybe an only move. He's gonna push the pawn to f5, bishop d8, and then he has to hope that some bishop endgames are gonna be draw, which they are gonna be.
You think they're gonna be? Yeah, they should.
I think that then bishop d8 and knight e7 will be an idea at some suitable moment.
Okay, we're pushing f5 for sure, right?
Because otherwise exchange for just allowing us any more exchanges would be just heading towards an easy draw.
Yeah, F5, and then like you said, okay.
But
king
F5 is
C4.
knight b4 check, maybe. Oh, and knight b4 is king c4. That's not really so clear.
Well, it's still a draw, right? Like you said, bishop d7, or maybe it does
Yes, I
count
mean,
the
it's
case
still,
of life.
yeah, it's still. Well, I feel that this should be a draw, but it's. I have a feeling that there was more comfortable draw for black.
But to be completely honest, like even if we do exchange the knights and I put my bishop out anywhere, you cannot attack f6 anyway. You have to go to h4.
True, but then, well, I will not. I probably may not allow this. I would put the bishop on g5.
Yes, I'm
this,
like
yeah.
h6, c1 diagonal,
Mhm.
and I think I'm fine.
But maybe
Okay,
it's not so easy to change the knights.
Okay.
Well, and f5 also.
F5 on the board. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the question
I mean,
is,
can he bring the knight to some good square, like I don't know, d6 or c5?
no, but you don't want to go knight before.
Knight before is king c4, because then I'm not sure that
You want to take with a pawn.
Yes,
F5.
yes, that was my idea. Because if I take with a pawn, I'm not sure you are in time to
Yeah, you have a
block.
point. Yeah.
But then
No, you do have a point. Yeah.
no, the idea is that after knight b4, king c4, this has to be calculated.
Yep.
Of course. And the most likely this. Yeah,
Yep.
because this is only way how can something go wrong.
King f7.
Yeah, but
Can I go bishop? Wait a second, I have to
I'm
calculate.
not sure
No,
if you want to do this, but this should be.
No, I want to
still-
go bishop e7. Yeah, I want to go bishop e7. Not. I just.
Oh.
I have h4 at the end, which is fine. Yeah. Or is it? Yeah, it
Yes,
should be
it's
fine. Yeah. Sure.
Winning actually for black.
No. You have king. Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, I'm
I
not
go
going
for
to
on
get
the board.
there. Yes, knight b4. So can I do something here, like bishop g3 is king f6? So I will have to repeat. Yeah.
Yep.
So now was a key decision for black here.
Yes.
Knight takes d5 or not. This cannot be winning, yeah, because
No, I don't think so.
you just.
There's no.
I mean, you bring the bishop to h6. The only way is basically. Okay, knight takes d5. From his body language, I would feel that he wants to take on d5.
It also is a draw to take on d5. Knight 6, everything is a draw, of course, but what's the most simple way? Apparently it is knight d5.
Yeah. I mean, knight takes d5, e5, king e8.
12 seconds, though.
Yeah, to make a decision.
Yeah, if you don't have time, you don't exchange, yeah? That's the rule. Oh,
Yes.
I
No,
guess.
but I think that he went for all
Yeah.
this line to.
Okay, now it's up to Max to decide. I think we are taking with the pawn. It's our biggest chance, right?
d5. There is no risk whatsoever for white.
Oh, he
king
took with the
d5.
king.
Oh.
Maybe he felt there was a slight risk. I don't know why, but maybe he
d5.
thinks these are better chances.
But now black simply can put the bishop on c1, h6 diagonal, and I don't see any way how white can proceed except some.
Try to exchange the bishops. Okay, when bishop
bishop
d8.
d8.
Bishop d8. Okay, there's a long way for a king to come to h4 anyway, so he can play around a
But
bit.
if you allow my bishop to get to the
Okay, he's got
he's gonna get
now.
to h4 anyway.
So
And now the
bishop is
moves
now
are very
e3.
quick. Yes, and bishop e1 I think is gonna happen. Yes, it's
Bishop
just-
c3.
bishop c3. Okay, why?
Don't know. Don't know the reason. Maybe now he's going to e1. He can go to a5. He can go to e1.
Well, they still have. But he may not get to h4 at all.
The king or the bishop?
The king.
Okay.
I mean the white king.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the moment when it appears somewhere around h3 or g3,
Yeah.
you will just go bishop e1.
But then you have to move
bishop
the king, yeah?
F2, yeah? Calculate.
Yep. Then you have to
Okay,
calculate
this
the
is
pawn
a-
endgame. Again. But it should be a draw because you play king h7. Ah no, you have g3.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop, I think that the bishop goes to g5.
Yeah.
That was all along the idea for black.
Uh-huh.
I thought that this was what he wanted to. I mean, here actually he could place the bishop to a diagonal much quicker.
Yeah, to f8,
I mean,
a6.
there is a moment when he could go, I don't know, bishop b4, bishop d2. Okay, instead he opted for a slightly more complicated route.
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there.
Yeah, now he found
Yeah.
I think the right setup.
Okay, he's going king e2. Do you think bishop g5 will happen now?
Well, I would assume so. Yeah, why not?
Oh, yeah, I agree. Yeah, also on the board. Okay. Now we're just looking at the final moves, probably.
Mm,
No?
well, I
Ten
don't
more?
know if there is any idea for white. Yeah, I would. Okay, he moved the bishop to f2. Now we got what we could have had a couple of moves earlier, but he just will wait
Forever.
with the king.
And then...
Yes, well, may try to.
Yeah, I think we are in the final moves, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
There's king f7, king e7 forever.
Don't see any improvement plan for white.
No, there's no improvement. But turns out that this game was very interesting at the end of the day, eh?
I think white came very close to
Very close.
win.
No, very smooth game in general. Like it did seem very slow, but he did make the position extremely interesting, and now they agreed to a draw. Yeah, Max must be upset with his result today for sure. And also Jorden,
But
yeah?
he did his best. I think that both players actually have to also praise Black's defense, because he really took. And it was not an easy defense for sure. At some point, of course, he was close to losing because he took a little bit unnecessary decision to go bishop d4. But it was already. We could see how white was putting some problems, pressure, and got his chances. But then also you have to convert them. So it was a very nice, very long game, long day, and long game and a long day for all of us.
It was. We can actually sum up the results of top 10 boards, or maybe I will even say about top 16, as I have them right here. So we know that Jorden did draw today against Bennett, board number 1, and also board number 2 has finished in a draw. Pavel Eljanov is going on 2 out of 2. We're not even on round 3. It's just so long games in round number 1 and 2 that I already think that we finished 3 rounds, but And board number 4 has finished in a draw, so Nils Grandelius in a draw. Jaime Santos has drawn against Attila Kuru, like we said before. Maxime also going on 2 out of 2 with the win against Steven Royas. And then Max Warmerdam did finish a game in a draw. Very interesting game. Board number 8 also has finished in a draw, so Aydin Soleimani hasn't been able to convert this interesting isolated pawn game. But Durio Bava has won his game today, and also Leon Medonkaluk has beat another girl, so he has 2 out of 2 against girls on board number 10. Then we also have board 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 finishing in a draw, and then board number 16 breaking the streak with Mamadino beating oh my god, Turchansky. Oof, there are so many Ypsilons in this name. I'll get used to pronouncing them, but it's been a long day, so hopefully you guys forgive me. Very entertaining day. Sergei, are you ready to be here tomorrow?
Definitely back for more chess tomorrow, and I think that we had a great celebration of International Chess Day, and I hope you enjoyed the stream and the games. And we will see what will tomorrow's matchup be? Well, I think that we are up to a very interesting start of the tournament. We do hope that you will stay with us, and
See
wish
you
you a nice
tomorrow.
evening.
Yeah, have a nice evening, and hopefully, guys, see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye bye.
Good evening. Oof.